Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yep. Check. Okay. Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1. Okay, gentlemen. Both gears are good.
Yeah.
Ein ganz herzliches Willkommen zum dritten Semifinale der STIHL Timbersports Dachmeisterschaft 2026 hier in Waiblingen. Schön, dass ihr da seid für die letzte entscheidende Quali vor dem großen Dachfinale. Und heute treffen nicht nur 100 Jahre STIHL auf die größte und vielleicht schönste Königsklasse des Sportes fällen. Heute werden auch 16 Athleten aus der Schweiz, aus Österreich und aus Deutschland versuchen, wichtige Punkte, gute Zeiten ins Holz zu hacken, um sich zu qualifizieren für das große Finale am 29.08. in Schladming. Mein Name ist Tobi Viton. Ich darf euch als Moderator durch diesen Wettkampf begleiten, durch STIHL Timbersports führen, was den Ursprung in der früheren Waldarbeit hat. Und genau damit wird es auch gleich bei der ersten Disziplin Springboard losgehen. Ich darf euch das immer so ein bisschen erklären und euch zu Beginn natürlich erstmal die Protagonisten vorstellen, weil ohne unsere 16 Athleten hier auf der Bühne läuft heute gar nichts. Vorher aber noch zwei weitere Menschen, die ganz bedeutsam sind, unsere Judges. Die werden also mit Argusaugen darauf schauen, dass auch alles regelkonform läuft. Und dann sehen wir heute insgesamt 3 Axt- und 3 Sägedisziplinen mit der getunten Motorsäge, der Hot Saw, ganz am Ende als 6. Disziplin. Jetzt aber erstmal bitte einen großen Applaus von allen schon Anwesenden und schreibt auch gerne den Kolleginnen und Kollegen, dass wir hier oben gestartet haben. Erstmal einen großen Applaus für unsere beiden Schiedsrichter aus Italien, Alberto Corbetta und aus den Niederlanden, Bart Janssen. Und dann geht es los mit den österreichischen Athleten. 2 von ihnen sind nach Waiblingen gereist. Und der erste, der setzt heute alles auf eine Karte. Denn alle Athleten dürfen an 2 von 3 Halbfinals teilnehmen, um sich für das große Finale zu qualifizieren. Er nimmt aber nur an einem teil. Deswegen heute muss alles bei ihm rund laufen. Er ist Landmaschinenmechaniker und war schon mal Vize-österreichischer Meister 2023. Gehört in Österreich auch zum WM-Kader. Kommt aus Weiten, Günther Dallinger. Herzlich willkommen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Waiblingen to the STIHL Timbersports DACH Semifinal. Today it is Pool C. It is the 3rd competition in our DAC row. Today we have the Pro Semifinals. And what's going to be happening here is we're going to be determining who of the athletes are going to be moving on to the next round. There we see the 2 judges that will be working on stage today. That is the bearded man, Alberto Corbetta from Italy, along with Bart Janssen from the Netherlands. And now coming up onto the stage, we have our first athletes. And there you see Gunther Dallinger along with Lukas Wagesreiter. Gunther Dallinger was the runner-up in Austrian champs in 2023. Bronze in 24, and Lukas Wagesreiter is the Austrian rookie champ from 21 and 22, and the rookie cup champ in 23, and a big hope for Austria down the road in the future. Here comes Pierman Gnadinger right now. He's been competing since 2009. Silver at the DACH Pro Semi this year for Switzerland, so one of the favorites here as well. Next, coming up onto the stage will be also from Switzerland, Severin Bühler. He was the Swiss champ 2021, and he is a springboard specialist, so keep an eye on him for the first discipline we're going to see today in the classic lineup. And I should mention that the classic lineup is as follows. We start with springboard, where normally we're starting with the underhand chop, then we go through the stock saw, standing block chop, then we have the single buck, the underhand chop, and the hot saw. All right, so next coming out, we have Sean Usch, competing since 2021, 7th at the Rookie Worlds in 2024. So he has stepped up into the pro ranks and is now looking to make his mark among the pros. Coming up onto the stage next will be Rolf Hassler. His best result was the 5th at the DACH Pro Semifinal last year, so he'll be looking to improve on that a little bit. Oliver Reinhardt coming up onto the stage now. Winner of the Czech Rookie, the Swiss Rookie, and the French Rookie Cup all in 2021. He's been bothered by injuries the last few years, but when he is healthy, he is an absolute machine, and he's looking pretty good right now. So hopefully he can stay fit throughout this competition and show his mustard on stage here today. Coming up onto the stage next should be a perennial Swiss champion, 12-time Swiss champion, and active since 2004, should be Christoph Geisler. And there he is, the granddaddy caddy himself. Man, he has been around what seems like forever, and he still continues to push the young guns to the limit. All right, so we have our Austrians, we have our Swiss, and now we're going to move on to our German competitors. So the first of our German athletes coming up on stage here today should be Florian Hegele. He's been a pro since 2025. He won the Newcomer Cup in 2024, so that is a big step for him as we bring him up on the stage now. An excellent athlete, a very, very good competitor, so keep a close eye on him today. Should be an interesting day. Could this be a breakout season for him in his second full year as a pro? So one of the veterans from Germany coming up on the stage now. He's been competing since 2014. He was the winner of the Ford Transit Cup 2 years ago in 2024, Thomas Hofbauer. Oh no, we've slipped Sean Oesch into the mix here as he comes up on the stage a little bit later than he was supposed to. So as I was mentioning earlier, Sean Oesch competing since 2021, 7th at the Rookie Worlds in 2024. So now, hopefully we'll have Thomas Hofbauer come up on the stage. Indeed, it is Thomas Hofbauer. And also, as I mentioned, competing since 2014, winner of the Ford Transit Cup 2 years ago in 24. Just before the next athlete comes up on stage, should also mention another official that's very important for us today, Nout van Leer. He is our video judge and will live in the competition control center, keeping a close eye on all those high-speed cameras that are on stage, making sure our competition stays fair. Next up, Nils Müller. Won the German Rookie Cup 2012, currently 4th in the DACH rankings. So he's got about 87 points. He's right there in the mix, so could well be that we see him on the podium today if he has a solid day. Now, assuming you do make it through to our very last discipline, the hot saw today, this man right here is a specialist in that discipline, Stefano Dwarka, a hot saw specialist. Steady competitor, though, so this could very well be his year. If he can stay consistent throughout the competition and make it to that hot saw, we may well see him on the podium as well. So many good athletes here. It's a tough one to really point a finger at and say, yep, there's your winner. Speaking of great athletes, Marcel Steinkemper, he's been competing just 6 years, stepped up to the pros back in 2022, and is aiming for that top spot on the podium. But as I mentioned, there's so many great athletes here today. That is going to be quite the climb for him. But we know he's got the skills to pay the bills, as it were. He just needs to keep it together. A very, very good chopping. So good with the axe in hand. Next up, Danny Filvet. Speaking of chopping, this man is an absolute beast with an axe in hand. Just recently got a new personal best in the underhand chop this season, so he'll be looking to try and improve on that here today. And with the amount of talent on stage, you know that the adrenaline's going to be pumping hard for him and making sure that he's working towards that top spot on the podium. Yet another granddaddy caddy, Peter Bauer. He is the German team captain, or at least was. He's been active since 2010, three-time German silver medalist in 22, 23, and 24. And, yeah, one of those real down-to-earth gentlemen of the sport guys, always trying to help and make sure to push the new athletes coming into the sport. One of those salt-of-the-earth fellas that you really love to be around at these events. All right, next up, Danny Martin. He is our reigning DACH champion. He has won no less than 17 events since 2015, including the Linga Cup, the Amarok Cup, the Ford Transit Cup, the German Pro Championship, and as I mentioned, he is the reigning champ here in these disciplines. Today, it is the Pro Semi-Finals, and we're looking for the top 3. So this is the third semi-final, and this is about a qualifying for the DACH final, which is coming up in Schladming in August. So these guys that are on stage today will be competing hard to try and get to among those top 3 spots. We also have in the pro division the top 3 athletes from each country qualifying, plus the 7 highest ranked athletes, regardless of nationality, are going to be going on to the DACH Pro Final in Schladming in August this year. And of course, these guys are also trying to get the best time possible in the European rankings so they can be among the top 8 athletes that will be qualified to compete at the individual world championships later in October in Stuttgart this year on the 30th and 31st, the team on the 30th, and on the 31st we have the individual world championship. So it is going to be a lot to go here. So first discipline coming up, as I mentioned, is the classic format here. Everybody is competing in all disciplines throughout the entire competition. There is no elimination throughout. So let's take a look at the tool and discipline for springboard. Here we go. The axes used in timber sports definitely can't be bought at your local hardware store. Made from special steel, the blade is hand sanded with an angle of 13 to 16 degrees. It's custom built and carefully adjusted for each competition. The weight is around 3 kilos and it's about 80 centimeters long. The blade is so sharp that you could shave with it. Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27 centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible. All right, so there we have our springboard lineup, and you can see Sean Oesch going up against Niels Müller in that first heat. Now, as I mentioned, this is not an elimination setup. It's about getting the fastest time possible. And of course, these guys are starting with one of the most difficult disciplines in timber sports, the springboard, where you have to be on point with setting your pockets, getting up there as quickly as possible and safely as possible so you can cut that top block from both sides. Now, we're going to see basically a standing block chop 2 meters above the ground. Here we go.
Ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so the object here, get a quick pocket if you possibly can. The optimal pocket speed is about 4 hits, board in, and move on. Niels Müller gets up onto that board ahead of Sean Oesch. Sean Oesch still looking to set his board in place. Niels Müller, his first board is looking good, so how he's going to spend that time and set that second pocket as cleanly as quickly as possible. He is hitting on average about a 6-hit pocket there. Taking a little bit more time on that top one, though, and I can understand why. When you've got to stand on a springy, wiggly board 2 meters off the ground with a sharp instrument in your hands, yeah, you don't want that thing slipping out. So Sean gets his board in place. A quick little check and a hop up there. Oh, he's got a good board on the top there. Niels Müller does, excuse me. Sean Oesch now on the top of his, and Niels got a nice board there. He can really take his back foot a little farther back. I mean, he's got to feel that confidence in that board a little more, I think. And Niels Müller and Sean Oesch both working on that top board now, on that top block, excuse me. Now, what you'll see these guys do, which is a little bit different to the standing block chop, excuse me, is that they'll go deep on that first side and they'll switch to what I like to call the awkward angle, You can see Niels Müller already moving to that, and he's actually switched his stance and his hand position on the axe, so a bit ambidextrous for him as he is past the 1 minute 30 mark. He's got 1 minute to finish it off, but that's plenty of time for him, and Niels Müller does it in 1:34.30. Sean Oesch still working on that first side, and he's going to have to take care. He's got a big slab that came out on that one part of the block. Should make life a little bit easier as he switches over, which he does now. Switches his foot position, but not his hand position. You can see it's coming loose there, and there it goes at 1:56.53. A personal best for Sean Oesch. Very, very nice cut. And that is our first set of times in the blocks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls look good.
All right, so official times locked in place. Sean Oesch with a 1:56.25, a personal best for him. Niels Müller, a 1:42.32. As we take a look back here at the boys setting their pockets at the bottom there. Niels was a bit quicker onto that top board, but really, in my opinion, didn't utilize it to the best of his abilities. He could have probably taken that left foot and stepped farther back, had a little bit more power for those drivers. And here you see switching hand position and foot position on that board. Nice ambidextrous use there by Niels and Sean Oesch's final driver as well. All right, next heat coming up, we have Florian Hegele going up against Lukas Wagesreiter. So a couple of pretty close to each other on the tail of the tape as far as their times are concerned. Florian Hegele a hair faster than Lukas Wagesreiter, but you know that these guys work on this discipline as much as they possibly can. It's a tough one to work on, though, because you have to have all the equipment that you need for this discipline, meaning the boards, that's not a problem. The axes, also not a problem. It's the stands. The simulated tree stand and the block on top has to be as close to competition setup as possible for these guys, which sometimes can be, you know, needing some creative thought process at their home bases. Both these guys pretty young, pretty adept here with the axe in hand, so let's see if they can improve on their times.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Florian Hegele getting in there right away. Oh, that's nice. I think that's a 5-hit pocket for Lukas Wagesreiter, about 8 for Florian Hegele. And they both pretty close to each other on that second pocket start. Lukas Wagesreiter, little quick chip out there. Both of them getting those boards in at the same time as each other. It looks like it's going to be Florian Hegele starting on that top block ahead of Lukas Wagesreiter, who got a bit of a sticky axe there on those first 2-3 drivers. Hegele, on the other hand, is chipping out nicely as he's really getting good wood going out of that block on top. So we may see a good time for Hegele here today. The scarves on his block are looking nice and clean as well, and I imagine that Hegele will switch to that second side fairly quickly here. Lukas Wagesreiter struggled to get started clean on that first side. His axe just keeps on sticking there. And there comes the awkward angle. Oh, huge chip away for Hegele. So that's a massive advantage and a beautiful personal best of 109.11 for Florian Hegele. Lukas now switching to the other side of his block. Trying for those big drivers to get through that thing as quickly as possible. Passing the 1 minute 30 mark now. Ooh, And look at those swings. He's going for those baseball swings to the outside instead of coming from on high. Yep, there we go, 136.97. Not his personal best. Oh, doch, excuse me, it is a personal best for Lukas Vagesreiter. So good job by both these guys to get some personal bests in the books here today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so 108.88 for Florian Hegele and Lukas Vagesreiter with a 136.84. Florian Hegele at the moment in the lead with the fastest time so far, so that is the time to beat. And you can see here as little time wasted as possible by Lukas Vagesreiter to get up there, but he took a lot of time on that second pocket. Florian Hegele obviously has been spending a lot of time practicing this discipline, and good for him. He's done a great job here. Got it close to just at the minute mark, but 108.88 is a fantastic time and a nice improvement from his previous personal best of 138.19. Almost a 30-second improvement. Very, very good. You can see here a few times there that axe got properly stuck in the block. I mean, Lukas Vagesreiter, he had a nice foot position on that board. Really, really nice board, but he's got so much power that the axe just kept getting jammed into that block. So the block was holding on to that axe with some really tight wood. You can see that huge chunk came off for Florian Hegele, and one final driver for that little chip that needed to be cleared away. Two good cuts for both of these guys. And you can see these baseball swings coming around for Lukas. One more time here, and then he'll go from on high for this final driver to clear that block off the top. Nicely done. So a few minutes here while we set up for heats 3 and 4. Just a quick preview there. In heat number 3, we have Thomas Hofbauer going up against Ralf Hasler. And then in heat 4, Peter Bauer up against Marcel Steinkemper. And there you see the springboard current leaders, Florian Hegele and Lukas Vagesreiter in 1 and 2, Niels Müller, and then Sean Oesch in 3 and 4 respectively. So the time to beat at the moment, 108.88 seconds. So this build shouldn't take too long here to get these stands reset for the next set of heats, and we'll step away just for a couple minutes and let them finish up on stage with the cleaning and setting of the new blocks on top, and then we'll come back to springboard action in just a couple minutes time.
Holzbrücke sind Holz verankert worden. Nächsten mit zwei Athleten wollen gute Zeiten erwischen. Ich habe es eingangs schon mal gesagt. Im Rahmen der Dachmeisterschaft gibt es jedes Jahr 3 Semifinals bei 2 wirklichen Sportarten mitmachen und die besten Zeiten aus beiden Wettkämpfen werden eingehen. Hat ein Athlet also nur die Möglichkeit, an einem Wettkampf teilzunehmen, ist das ein ganz, ganz bedeutsamer Tag und den werden wir auch gleich zum zweiten.
All right, next up, heat number 3, Thomas Hofbauer against Rolf Hasler. We can see these times are also pretty close together. Thomas Hofbauer a little bit quicker on the tail of the tape, 1:26.48, a personal best for him, and Rolf Hasler with a 1:34.47. Again, best case scenario, 4-hit pocket, board in, 4-hit pocket, board in, and start working on the top block. Here we go.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Thomas Hofbauer in the black, Rolf Hasler in the red. Oh, that's a nice quick pocket for Thomas Hofbauer as he gets up onto that first board. I believe that was only 4 hits for him as well. Hard to keep count between these two guys. A few more hits needed on that top for Thomas at the moment. He's passing the 10-hit mark, but looks like he's pretty satisfied with the way that pocket has been cleared out and will now set his board. And hopefully that will hold. If that tooth got purchased, then he might have a nice board, although it's looking ever so saggy. It's at parallel to the ground right now, but will it hold there? He seems to be okay with it as he's working on that top block. Meanwhile, Rolf Hasler has gotten up there as they're just nearing the minute mark here on this springboard. Advantage right now to Thomas Hofbauer. Rolf Hasler looking good as right now Rolf is shoulder chopping a little bit. His back foot isn't really all the way back, but then neither is Thomas's. But Rolf seems to have a really, really nice pace on his chops, and the scarf is looking pretty clean, and that's a very good thing for the efficiency of the cut. And now Thomas has moved to that backside, and so has Rolf. So Rolf has actually had the faster cut on top, if all things are comparatively said here. And they both may drop that top block at about the same time. Oh, it's going to be Rolf Hasler a little bit faster than Thomas Hofbauer here. But they're very close together. Only 2 seconds and change differentiates these two guys here. A nice heat by both of them. No personal best, but that puts Rolf Hasler in 3rd place in the springboard rankings and Thomas Hofbauer in 4th. And wait now, there's been a slight adjustment. Rolf Hasler, with the Competition Control Center getting their hands on the timing, has just moved into 2nd behind Florian Hegele. Good start for Florian Hegele today, by the way, and if he wants to have a chance of making it to the World Finals,
both girls are good.
Then he needs to make it to the finals here today, so no pressure at all for Florian. All right, a really, really nice cut by Rolf Hasler there. So he was a little bit slower getting up to the top, but once he was on top, man, he was quicker by quite a bit, in fact. We saw that Thomas Hofbauer was up there well ahead of Rolf, but it seemed like his cut at the top wasn't quite as efficient as Rolf Hasler's. And if you look there at the scarf of the cut, that's the edges of the cut, they were much, much cleaner for Rolf Hasler. Okay, heat number 4 coming up with 2 Germans in the mix here. Peter Bauer, the old granddaddy caddy for Germany, up against Marcel Steinkemper, the young buck. So Peter Bauer going up against Marcel Steinkemper. Last minute preparations on stage here. And again, the springboard, one of the most difficult disciplines in timber sports. You can hear our on-stage moderator, Tobias Witten, in the background there, introducing our two guys. And always upbeat and an excellent moderator for our live audiences, keeping the show nice and fun for everybody that is on site watching these guys from in front of the stage.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Dead even start by both Peter Bauer and Marcel Steinkemper. Both of them setting their boards at roughly the same time. Peter Bauer a little bit faster up onto that board, but Marcel Steinkemper not far behind him. Look at the angles on both of these boards. Very, very nice for the stability, but if the angle is too steep, it's going to put you up high on where you want to be to chop that second pocket. Peter Bauer setting that second board in place now. Not 100% happy with that, by the way, it looks like. Quick check to get it in place, and that gave Marcel Steinkemper a chance to catch up here as they both start on that top block. And both of those boards for these guys looking really, really nice. A slight sag in Peter Bauer's board as it starts to give way a little bit and try and find purchase that tooth on the front. Marcel Steinkemper, meanwhile, he's got his foot all the way at the back of that board, and he's applying that power that he has into that block. It's looking really good for Steinkemper at the moment. Could we see a changing of the guard? Peter Bauer's cuts are so nice and clean and accurate, though. Steinkemper on the second side of his board may well see a personal best here for Steinkemper. We do 116.92 for the young man, and that is going to be a great motivator for him. Peter Bauer, nice clean cuts on that first side, and now moves over to the second side with only a couple of centimeters of wood to cut through, but he's really got to work at it here, and he is not going to see a personal best happen for him today, as Marcel Steinkemper has just murdered that board on top of the 116.92. A very nice time for him. He slips into second place as Peter Bauer struggling on that second side for whatever reason. I'm not sure. It looks like he's gone nice and deep on the first side, but it seems like he's cutting through a little bit more material than he needs to on that second side, and finally gets it at 157.18. That is a rough time for the veteran. So Peter Bauer right now at the bottom of the springboard ranking results here, with Marcel Steinkemper clawing his way into second there with a 116.49 personal best. Very, very nice run from Marcel.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, cleanup time on stage and reset time as well. And we'll look back at this heat between these two guys here. So Peter Bauer had a really nice quick first pocket. Marcel took a little bit extra time on that first pocket, but the board was good. As I always say, though, that first board doesn't really matter so much. I mean, you want to have it in a good solid place so you can set your second pocket cleanly and accurately. And you can see that angle on Marcel's board. A little bit higher than I think maybe he would have liked, and he had to duck down a little bit to set that second pocket. Now, here we see Peter Bauer. It took 3 attempts to get that board in place for him. Marcel, 1-2 hits to get the board set and a quick check. Really nice angle, and he got up there just ahead of Peter Bauer, but not that much ahead, really. You could see really, really nice power. Big chips flying out for Marcel here on this one. Cleaning up that board nicely. The scarfs on the board for the block, excuse me, for Peter Bauer looking super clean, and that's a testament to his accuracy. But there's that final driver for Marcel and a personal best for him. Very, very nice. Good job. And there's that final driver for Peter Bauer. Unfortunately, a bit of a slow run for Peter. And now we need to change the complete stands here because we are needing to put some new trees in place because of the number of pockets that have been cut in these first 4 heats. And we are halfway through the springboard competition with Florian Hegele still leading with the fastest time of the day. Marcel Steinkemper sitting in second place with a 1:16.49 and a very nice 1:36.81 for Rolf Hasler in third. We got a 10-minute break while the new tree stands get put in position, and we will be back to continue competition.
Ambitionen ist besser zu machen. Wollte ich wieder nach der Übertragung in Stuttgart? Ja, auf jeden Fall wollen wir es besser machen und wir geben alles. Alles gesetzt ist ja auch Spiel Timbersport, anstatt auf Fußball. Marcel Steinkemper gehört mit dazu. Danke, dass du da bist.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Ja, das gesamte Wettkampfholz, was von den Athleten bearbeitet wird, das wird im Vorfeld ausgelost. Also das Losglück entscheidet darüber, genau welchen Block, welcher Athlet in welcher Achse auch gleich mit dem Sägen bearbeiten darf. Ganz wichtig, die Jungs, wenn sie ihr Holz vorbereiten, also zum Beispiel das Festschrauben des Blockes auf dem Stamm, müssen wir schon auf das Signement achten. Wir sind vor allem auch selbst dafür verantwortlich, dass das Holz gut verschraubt ist. Möglichst soll die gesamte Kraft der Axt natürlich auch ins Holz gehen und kein wackelnden Stamm treffen. Vorbereitung dann auch bei den weiteren Disziplinen, wenn es darum geht, sogenannte Tretflächen in Stand anzubringen. Also dieser gesamte Prozess auch vor dem Wettkampf ist schon entscheidend für Fähigkeiten. Und jetzt wird noch einmal geschaut. Das Ganze wir wieder für die nächsten 4 Athleten.
Well, these guys were fast today, and they've already got that stage more or less ready for our next set of heats coming up. In heat number 5, we'll see Pirmin Gnedinger going up against Denny Vielwert. And then in heat number 6, Severin Bühler against Oliver Reinhardt. So here we go with our heat number 5, Pirmin Gnedinger up against Denny Vielwert. Pirmin there on the left wearing the ball cap and the axes with the lime green covers. Denny Vielwert there also wearing the hat with his typical flat brim style black shirt. And well, yeah, both these guys pretty nice times. Denny Vielwert just shy of being under a minute on this discipline, which would be a real nice notch in his bedpost, so to say, if he can get to there. And I could see it happening today. He is an excellent axeman. With an axe in the hand, he is a murderer. And if he can get up onto that tree and do what he does normally on the standing block chop on the top of the springboard, then we may see a time in under 1 minute for Denny Vielwert, which would put him ahead of the entire lineup here. We'll cross our fingers for both of these guys. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice 4-hit pocket for Denny Vielwert. Board is in and is looking like a very good start for the German. Pirmin Gnedinger is still doing a little bit of house cleaning there. That's a 5-hit pocket for Denny on his second one, and Pirmin up on his board now, setting his pocket, just nearing the 25-second mark here, and Denny has already gotten to work on that top block. A very, very nice-looking board for Denny as well. Could this be a good one here today? The wood's been chopping very well thus far, and we've had 4 personal bests so far in the competition. Will we see one from Denny Vielwert? 45 seconds now, and he's pretty deep into that first side of his top block. I don't know if it's going to happen, but he switched sides already. Oh, maybe he could do it. Oh, yes, I think he's going to do it. Yes! Denny Vielwert, 59.22, a personal best in under a minute for the German. Very, very nice run. And Pirmin Gnedinger on top of his block as well now. Struggling a little bit on that first side. Doesn't seem like he's super confident with his board. He's very, very close to the block with his hips, which means he's shoulder chopping, and that's going to be tiresome for him as he's nearing the 125 mark here. So he's already passed his personal best, now switching sides. Should be off any second now, though. Oh, a little bit of a miscut there for Pirmin, and now he's got it 140.36. So Denny Vielwert with a wow time of 59.22 takes over the top of the leaderboard, and Pirmin Gnedinger currently sitting in 7th with a 140.07. Well, that was an exciting chop from Denny Vielwert, though. Love that. Love to see the improvement.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, taking a look back here. Denny's first pocket was a 4-hit wonder. 4 cuts to get that pocket in place and the board in. And once he got on top, you know that he can hammer. And he was looking very, very good here. Didn't look at the clock, Didn't worry about anything except getting that top block cut off, and a very, very nice time of 58.97. So taking a good 2 seconds off his personal best from previous. Okay, so now we move on to a couple of Swiss gentlemen going to be competing against each other in heat number 6. That's Severin Bühler against Olli Reinhard. And I'm loving that policeman, fireman Sam look on Olli there with the mustache. I'll have to give him a hard time about that when I see him in person next. Meantime, a couple of really, really excellent competitors going up on stage for heat number 6. Just a reminder, the national championships at the champs at the DACH, each nation represented, their times count towards the European ranking. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Four hits for Olli Reinhard, 4 hits for Severin Bühler. Olli, a bit of a saggy board as he struggles to get that axe out, and you can see it's moving down and down and down. He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to have to go back down, reset that board. He just wants to get that second pocket in place. Severin Bühler looks like his pocket is ready to go as he gets his board up and in place. Both of them moving to that top board at the same time now as Severin starts on his top block, one driver ahead of Olli Reinhard. Now I can't see the angle of Olli's board, but if he's got his foot all the way at the back, he can really start to work that block. Oh, but he's got a bit of a saggy board. That means he's going to have to step forward, choking up on the axe as well a little bit if he's not careful, and that's going to kill his power and his endurance as well. Meanwhile, Severin Bühler looking very good here as he's gotten quite deep on that first side. Should switch over to the second side fairly quickly here in this springboard discipline. Got to be careful that he doesn't cut through it there, though, as he'll switch over now. It's here comes the angle. Yeah, and Olli, you can see he is really struggling on that first side. Severin Bühler does it 1:17.20. Olli opting to go to that second side and try and get through there with quite a bit of material still left to cut through, but he's done it in 1:24.61. Neither of these two gentlemen getting a personal best on this springboard competition, and a couple of real saggy boards that need a little bit of the blue pill help to keep them in position. Olli's going to need to work on that. He had quick pockets, but a quick pocket isn't going to help you if your board falls out.
Ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, official times in the books there, 1:16.91 and a 1:25.70. Severin slipping himself into 4th place. Believe it or not, Oliver Reinhardt with a 1:25.70 is in 5th place in the rankings here in springboard so far. So this pocket setting is really where experience plays a role, and because the springboard hasn't been a staple of competition at STIHL Timbersports for all nations for a long time, a lot of these athletes are still getting, as they were, their sea legs in this discipline. You can see Olli trying to get that second pocket, but both of his boards were a little bit saggy, and the problem with a saggy board is you have to step forward on it to maintain your stability. Severin Bühler had a really, really nice second board. Both of those boards were fantastic, actually. And that's about as optimal as it gets. And you can see he's got that back leg almost all the way back, and he can really apply the power to the drivers. Olli's hips right close to the block, so making it difficult to really put the power into those drivers. The kid is strong, but he started to get tired real fast. You could see that late in his cut as he started to cut straight in as opposed to having those angles, which is going to give you the better way through that block. Nice final driver there from Severin, puts him in 4th place, and there one more little hit to get that thread off for Olli Reinhard. So last two heats being prepared for here, and that's going to be between Stefan Odwarka, Gunther Dahlinger in heat number 7. Heat number 8 will be Christoph Geisler going up against Danny Martin. You see Christoph climbing up the ladder now to set his block in place. In stand number 2 there, Danny Martin, far right of your screen in the black, setting his block in stand number 4. And you can see there, Danny Fielwert still with the fastest time, under a minute, and he's the only guy under a minute so far, with a time to beat of 58.97. So final preps going on stage there. Last set screws going in to put those blocks in place. Danny Fielwert with the lead so far. Fastest time of the day, 58.97. Has a full 16 points at the moment. Florian Hegele right behind him with 15 points in good standing at the moment. And as I mentioned, if Florian Hegele has a hope of making it to the individual world championships later this year, he will have to reach the final today. So quite a bit of pressure on Florian. And at the DACH final on the 29th of August in Schladming, Austria, the DACH champion as well as the respective national champs will be determined. And the national champions qualify for the European ranking. And last year, only Germany was represented at the World Championships because unfortunately Austria and Switzerland were too far down in the rankings. So naturally the goal this year is to change that for both Austria and Switzerland. And so far they're looking pretty good. They're mid-pack. Lukas Wagesreiter is the current hope there, but Gunther Dahlinger is one of those guys that may well do it here. Let's see. So Stefan Odwarka there in the black. Personal best there is 1:11.06. Solid time. Gunther Dahlinger a little bit faster.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Six-hit pocket for Stefan Odwarka as he gets up on a nice board to set his second pocket. Took Gunther Dahlinger a little bit longer to get that pocket in place and his board in place as Stefan Odwarka now working that second pocket. He's going to need some house cleaning there as his accuracy fell off a little bit. So he saw that and he's working a little bit more to get that pocket set just the way he wants it. Yeah, it's taking him a lot longer than planned on that second pocket. Meanwhile, Gunther Dahlinger has his second pocket set. That tooth in the front of the board on that metal tip has taken purchase. Doesn't look like there's much sag there, but Gunther Dahlinger not trusting it. He's got his right foot right up at the block. Stefano Dwarka moving up on top now. He's got a nice board. So the time it took him to set that second pocket longer, but he's got a very, very solid board position. So he's got that back foot all the way back and really push off of it, turn that hip, twist, and apply pressure. But look at this, Gunther Dahlinger already on the second side of his board. That was a quick switch over to that second side. Left himself a lot of material on that first side, though, as he obviously decided to go to that second side sooner than maybe normally desired. But that board is obviously not feeling 100% for Gunther Dahlinger, and he's coming close. One more driver should do it. There it goes, 135.29. And Gunther Dahlinger moves into 6th place, just ahead of Rolf Hasler. Stefano Dwarka, boy, he's got some salad on that first side, a little bit steppy. He's going to switch to that second side here now. There he goes. Trying to find that right angle just to get in there. And one more here should do it. Oh, it's hanging on for dear life. 2:03.73. Bit of a slower time for Stefano Dwarka, and he ends up at the bottom of the list here in 14th place at the moment. So Denny Fielvet still atop with the time to beat of 58.97. But a nice run from Gunther Dahlinger moved him into 6th place. A bit of a slow time, though, for Stefano Dwarka.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both gears are good.
Okay, pit crew coming on now to get into place as Bart Janssen throws a little bit of advice towards Stefano Dwarka about that second pocket. And here you can see Gunther Dahlinger just throwing everything he's got into that driver on top. And this whole tree stand was shaking quite significantly under the hits from Stefano Dwarka. So I wonder how much that affected how he was able to get through there clean. Gunther Dahlinger, however, a couple of final drivers there on that second side. And he opted to get over there early, so left himself a little bit more material here. Stefano Dwarka, less material, but yeah, the time it took to set that second pocket really killed the amount of time he had on top. Okay, so here's a couple of guys with times under a minute. High expectations for Christoph Geisler and Danny Martin here. Danny Martin, the reigning DACH champion from 2025. Will he be able to hold on to that position? This is the semifinal still, so we have the final on the 29th of August in Schladming, Austria. So here the guys are working towards that qualification. Denny Martin, an absolute expert when the motor saw is in hand, and he has been working hard on his other disciplines to balance out his abilities, and he has become a consummate timber sports athlete.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
4-hit pocket for Denny on that first board. Looking good for both him and Christoph Geisler. A little bit more time on that second board for Danny Martin. I think that was about 8 hits. Bit of house cleaning there for Christoph Geisler as he sets his second board and now works to get on top of that and start working on that block. He's got a big angle, so he's got a bit of a problem there because that angle is so severe. He's going to be, he swung away on that one, and that followed through and almost lost the axe towards our staff at the back of the stage there. Denny Martin looking very good here, though. He's got a huge piece that just came off. So on that second side, 1 or 2 more drivers at that time that stopped a little bit early. So we're going to see a change in that. It'll probably be around the 59-second mark, maybe 58 and change. Oh, it's a little bit lower, or higher rather, 1:01.29 for Denny Martin. So that puts him in second place, just behind Denny Fielvet. Christoph Geisler struggling here as the angle of his second board is, as I mentioned, so severe that puts him up much higher than I think where he wanted to be for cutting clean on that top block, as 1:30 has just gone by. So now just trying to get through on that second side, choked up on the axe, less power. One more driver with his accuracy should do it. Oh, it's going to take an extra one, 144.58 for Christoph Geisler. Christoph Geisler with that time sitting in 13th place. So the veteran pretty far down the list here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, well, one thing that's nice about the competition start here today, 0 disqualifications during our springboard. So that means the crew will take time now to clean up the stage, and we'll take a quick look back here at the slow-mos from Christoph Geisler and Denny Martin. So Denny had himself a nice 4-hit pocket on the bottom board. He got in there and up quickly, took a little bit more time on that second board. I've seen him cut it faster in the past. He had about 8 hits on that second pocket. Christoph Geisler's second pocket, he took a bit more time there as well, did a bit of house cleaning with his hands. The problem is there that the angle of his board was just so high up that he was in the wrong position for really getting nice clean hits. Yeah, you could put a lot of power in there, but if the power is in the wrong spot, you got a bit of a problem, and his axe skipped on him a couple of times. You can see here, now that's where our physical time stopper saw that block go down, and then they stopped his time a little bit ahead of time, and he had to go back and clean up that backside and get rid of this last little slab there. He did it in a time of 101.03, so that's his official time now. But at the moment, Denny Fielvet is the fastest guy on the day, with the only one to make it in under 1 minute's time. So that means Denny Fielvet is your current leader in the overall rankings, as we'll get ready for our next discipline on stage with Danny Martin and Florian Hegele in positions 2 and 3, Marcel Steinkemper in position 4. So that's 4 Germans in the top of the rankings here in Waiblingen. Severin Bühler, Oliver Reinhardt in 5th and 6th, and Gunther Dallinger, the only Austrian among, well, excuse me, that's not true. 2 Austrians among the top 10. Lukas Wagesreiter sitting there in 9th place, Rolf Hasler in 8th, and it's looking like a nice competition so far, as we will set things up for our stock saw, the next discipline coming up. And while the guys clean up the stage here, we will take a look at the tool and discipline for stock saw. Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark. 1 downward and 1 upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks. The STIHL MS661CM stock saw is used in STIHL Timbersports as the ultimate test of operator's skill. Designed for the toughest jobs in forestry, it produces approximately 7.3 horsepower, has a displacement of 91.1 cc, and weighs 7.4 kilograms. To ensure evenly and fairly matched saws, professional steel technicians prepare and test the saws before each competition. Okay, so here's the lineup for stock saw, and as I mentioned, we have 0 eliminations here today, so we're not running the standard individual world championship type of competition. It is the classic competition, which is the reason why we started with the springboard today. Stock saw up next, and as you saw, it is an off-the-shelf saw that you can buy at any steel dealership around the world, the MS661C, and these guys, you know, it's not about power or accuracy. I mean, that definitely plays a role when you set that saw in position, but it's about feeling the motor and hearing the motor and listening to it. Not pushing too hard so you don't want to bog it down, but not pushing hard enough so that you're just sort of tickling the wood as you're trying to cut through it. So both these guys, Oliver Reinhardt and Rolf Hasler, have similar times to each other, 11.39 and 11.88. And those will be our first two athletes coming out in heat number 1.
Okay, warm up your soul. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good start by Rolf Hasler. He got in there quick. Oliver Reinhardt's got a really nice thin cookie to start things off. Beautiful transition by Ollie, and he's got a quick upcut. This could be fast for Oliver. It is a personal best, 10.90, and Rolf Hasler with a 12.47. That's how quick it goes, folks, with the motor saws in hand. 2 good cookies on the deck for Oliver Reinhardt, and you love it. Thin to win, and that's the way it goes. Wow, nice, accurate, and quick cuts by Oliver Reinhardt.
Both cuts are good.
So nice PB there by Ollie Reinhardt, 10.86 after adjustment, and a 12.29 for Rolf Hasler. Yeah, 0 delay at all for Oliver. And you can see how thin that was. Risky. Very risky, in fact, because if he has a cutout there, he's got to go back and cut another cookie. But he did a great job on the transition. Still had lots of material left in that second thin cookie. There's also a really nice thin upcut by Rolf Hasler. He was just a little bit slower on that transition and the upcut. So, moving on to heat number 2 between Florian Hegele and Pirmin Gnedinger. So there we see Florian marking his block with a grease pen. Now these guys see the blue lines on there that are put there by our judging staff to make sure they can see that 10 centimeter mark they have to cut through, but they do their own markings as a guide for their entry into the block and their transition to the upcut, so they have a general idea of where they have to place their saws. Not always working to plan, but that is the idea with their markings on the block. Here we go.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, quick start by Florian Hegele. He got right into that block with 0 delay, but a fast cut by Pirmin Gnedinger. And his transition is also very nice. Hegele with a good fast upcut. Gnedinger too with a 10.97. And Florian Hegele a hair slower with an 11.65. And it looks like both cookies are good. No cut lines. That means we should have 2 good cuts here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both cuts are good.
So Pirmin Gnedinger with a nice fast time moves ahead of everybody here with the fastest time of 10.84. 0.2 of a second faster than Oliver Reinhardt. Not by much, but it only close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Nice transition. Oh, that was a fantastic transition by Pirmin there. Nice quick cut on the upcut. A little bit of a fatter cookie by Florian Hegele, but it was also a good clean cut. He is currently sitting in 3rd place as we move on to our next heat between Lukas Wagersreiter and Christoph Geisler. "52 years young Christoph Geisler, still relevant and still pushing all the young bucks to their limits. It's fantastic to see that. He has been around the sport forever, and you can even see on his necklace there, he's got a little chainsaw attached to the end of it. And I'll bet you that's a steel chainsaw necklace as well.
Okay, warm up your soul. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, a bit of a hop by Christoph Geisler as it took him a sec to get into that wood, but he's got a good clean cut. And the transition from both of these guys is just fantastic. So close to the top. Holy smokes, folks. That was dead even with each other. 11.54 to 11.65. How close was that? Great cut by Lucas. And he's got himself a personal best there as well. Very, very nice.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
So a clean cut by Lucas Wageschreiter and a PB 11.48 puts him in third place right now in stock saw results. Watch how quick this is. A little hesitation and a skip there by Christoph Geisler. None by Lucas Wageschreiter at all. He stepped up and made that cut, but the transition here is what's really impressive from both of them. Hardly any swing from Christoph Geisler or Lucas Wageschreiter. And look at this final pole. Oh my goodness. That couldn't have gotten any closer. All right, next heat coming up, heat number 4. Peter Bauer and Denny Fielwert. And you can see tail of the tape favors Peter Bauer with a 9.30. The season's best currently 8.83, so he's about a second or a little less than a second off that pace. Could he have a good cut here today and make a season's best? If anybody can do it, it's definitely Peter Bauer.
Okay, gentlemen, warm up your soul. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Uh-oh. Peter Bauer stalled his saw, had to restart it. Meanwhile, Denny Fielwert with a good transition on the upcut. Peter Bauer well off pace here because of that stalled saw. Denny Fielwert an 11.66, and we're going to see like a 16-second cut from Peter Bauer. I think they're going to position that time to a little bit slower. And it looks like he said he hit the kill switch on his way to pick up that saw. You can see he is upset by that because that is a rookie mistake right there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
15.78 for Peter Bauer. Denny Fielwert with a 11.48. That puts Denny tied, actually, with Lucas Wageschreiter in third place. You can see right there. He's also got to think about when he restarts that saw, he's got to do it in a manner that fits the safety regulations. So you can see he clamped that back end of the saw between his legs to make sure that he did fulfill those regulations. Now that is a fat first cookie from Denny Fielwert, not leaving him a lot of space to make that second cookie. The second cookie is thin to win, so a good job by him to get there and not go over the line and have 2 cookies on the deck. That's a disappointing cut, though, from Peter Bauer. And again, bottom of the rack for him as our crew here on stage will change the big blocks and get a new set of blocks in position for our next set of heats. And that's going to be heats 5 through 8. Next heat coming up will be Stefan Odwarka up against Thomas Hofbauer. So far, Pierman Canadinger with the fastest time of the day. We still do have some of our stronger stock sawyers coming up, including Danny Martin in heat number 6. This is a discipline that he absolutely loves and is very, very comfortable with. And Danny Martin's stock saw is currently at 8.63, and that is the pro national record. And that he achieved back in 2022, still hasn't been broken. Okay, so here we go with Stefan Odvarka up against Thomas Hofbauer. Again, no eliminations here today. All athletes will compete in all disciplines, aiming for the fastest time possible as we head towards our 6th discipline and the hot saw, which Stefan Odvarka is a specialist in. So if he can make it there, then we may see him do well today. So, and that said, he is pretty adept with a motor saw in hand. 10:15 doesn't really show a representative time for how good he is with the saw. So let's see if he can improve that time here today in this cut in heat number 5.
Und damit dann auch Starter für die Nummer 40, 7 und 8. Und das sind jetzt Peter Mohr und Danny Bierlehr. Entschuldigung, Produktion, stellen wir noch weiter zum Atombauer. Das war mein Fehler. Zurück auf die Bühne. Und jetzt an der Stockstop zu der Form.
So it looks like there's just a little bit of delay on stage as they reset one of the blocks on stand 1. They want to make sure that it's all squared away and everything is in solid position and shape so that the athletes have a fair block to cut here. For some of these guys, it's precision work. You could see Thomas Hofbauer there using a ruler to set his lines, and he'll practice this lift and set a few times so that he is mentally ready to go. This really is a lot about muscle memory.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, that was a quick start by Stefan Odvarka. This could be a fast cut for him if he can transition nicely. Oh, he came close to the line. It's going to be a tight one. Is this going to be a good time for him? 11:11. Oh, it's very, very close to that blue line. It looks like Thomas Hofbauer is also very close to the line at the top of the cut. Could we have our first DQs of the competition here? Let's see.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have disqualification on stand 1, cut the line. However, stand 2 is good.
Okay, so Stefan Odvarka, you saw he transitioned over quite significantly and cut almost up through that line. So that means a disqualification for him. I thought Thomas Hofbauer also had quite a mad angle on the way up, but obviously he was okay. But you could see how quickly Stefano Dvarka got into that. This was a nice transition from Thomas Hofbauer, though. And there you can see, yeah, the tip of that bar and that chain coming through got rid of the line on this side, so where he couldn't really see it. Yeah, that's the problem for me. That little piece of the bark came away, so it was a tough call. But nice cut nevertheless by Thomas Hofbauer, and that has him in third place in the Stockstar results. Now we have Danny Martin up against Nils Müller. And there you can see holding the national record, 8.63. He's held that record since 2022, according to my statistics here. I'm not really sure what our cameraman Felix is doing when he spins that camera like that, but it's making me dizzy every time.
Okay, warm up your soul. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, quick entry, but a very fat cookie by Danny Martin. He's going to have to be careful on the transition here. Oh, he came close to the bar at the bottom. It's a slow cut for both of these guys here today, but very, very close. 12.84, 12.85. That is the closest cut of the day. And it looks like both of them will be fair cuts as well. Quick check of the lines, and I think we're good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
So Nils Müller slightly faster than Danny Martin with a 12.66 to his Danny Martin's 12.74. That's an unusual time for both of these guys, in fact, but more so for Danny Martin. He got into the wood quickly, but he had a really, really fat first cookie, and his transition he had to be really careful of. In the meantime, Niels had a nice thin first cookie, but his transition to a fat cookie on the second one came close to the line, but both cuts were good, and you could see how close they were on that final upcut as the cookies dropped just a hair apart of each other. All right, heat number 7 coming in. Marcel Steinkemper up against Severin Bühler. Marcel also solid with the motor saw in hand. I'm still reeling a little bit by that time from Danny Martin. I thought that he would be much faster. Marcel using the traditional measurement system for marking the lines, thumb width. Severin Bühler.
Okay, gentlemen,
Practice
warm up your
lifts there,
soul.
and here we go with the warm-up.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good start by both Marcel and Severin. Marcel stepping into it now. Here comes a transition. Ooh, a little bit fell off that block at the bottom, but I think they might allow that as a complete cookie. 11.83 for Severin Bühler. Marcel Steinkemper with a 12.37.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so only one DQ so far with one heat to go. Sean Usch up against Gunther Dahlinger. It was a very nice start by both of these guys. It looks like Marcel might have pushed a little bit too hard on the upcut, or rather pulled a little bit too hard and slowed that chain down. And you can see it was a nice clean cut there from Severin Bühler, as he was nice and quick on the upcut. Yeah, it was just a little bit too much up pressure by Marcel Steinkemper, in my opinion. All right, Sean Usch against Gunther Dahlinger up next.
Okay, warm up your soul. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quick by Sean Usch to get in there very, very fast. Gunther Dahlinger, nice thin cookie on that first cut. Transition was a little bit rough, and so is the upcut for Gunther Dahlinger. But Sean Usch with a nice clean upcut, 11.68 and a 12.87 for Gunther Dahlinger.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so Sean Usch slips into 8th place there. Gunther Dahlinger 13th with this cut. Gunther had a nice thin first cookie. Oh yeah, very thin in fact. His transition, however, went too thick, and he was pulling pretty hard on that one. Slowed that saw down. Meanwhile, Sean Usch with a good smooth upcut. Also 2 slightly thicker cookies, but pretty much in that optimal range. So let's take a look at the stock saw standings here. Pirmin Gnadinger with a really solid 10.84 takes that top spot in the 16 points, with Oliver Reinhardt right behind him. But then if we look at the overall standings, Denny Fjellvedt in good position. Olli Reinhardt also in great position, with Florian Hagele in and among the top 3, and Pirmin Gnadinger slips down into 4th place with Lukas Wagersreiter among the top 5. And yeah, again, sorry, excuse me. Yep, there we go. Thomas Hofbauer in 6th place there, and Severin Bühler in 7th in the overall standings. You can see the point breakdown. Not a lot separating the first 3 guys, so there's going to be points to be had here among them, and they're going to be working hard towards it as we head to our next discipline, and that is the standing block chop. Stage will be set up shortly for that. So now we're moving into the 3rd discipline. As you saw in the overall rankings, the positions start to change a little bit. As there are no eliminations, these guys have an opportunity through all 6 of these disciplines to accumulate points with fast times. And we've seen so far Denny Fjellvedt has been consistent with a very fast tree and a pretty good stock saw. So now we'll see if he can get a nice cut on the standing block chop, which is a strength of his, and hold on to that position among the top guys, if not the very top spot. Let's take a look at the tool and discipline for standing block. Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result. So you already know these axes are absolute beasts. Now you know about the standing block chop. And Lukas Wagersreiter will be going up against Sean Usch in heat number 1. Stefano Dwarka against Severin Bühler in heat number 2. And Pirmin Gnadinger against Thomas Hofbauer in heat number 3. Then we'll see Günther Dahlinger against Florian Hegele in 4. Christoph Geisler will bring his experience to bear in heat number 5 against a very strong Denny Martin, who will need to step up his game a little bit after a slower than usual stock saw. Peter Bauer against Nils Müller in heat 6. Rolf Hasler and Marcel Steinkemper battling it out in heat number 7. And Denny Vielwert up against Oliver Reinhardt in heat number 8. The two top guys in the overall rankings at the moment. You can see what's happening there is the list is basically flipped on its head. And that's how we get our standings here, or our heat lineup for the standing block chop. Last preparations due on stage here. As you can see, the blocks being put into place. And in the background, they'll also set up the stands for our single block, which is discipline number 4 today. But we got a while to get there, as we have to get through our standing block chop cuts first. Sean Oesch, last minute preparations for him there, and Severin Bühler, stand number 3 and 4 here. Stefano Dwarka now setting up his block on stand number 2, and Lukas Wagersreiter looks like he is ready to go on stand number 1, and he'll be the first athlete to compete against Sean Oesch here. It is required in the rule books that these athletes place their blocks themselves, so that they can't go back and say later on, yeah, but somebody messed up my block. It's on them to make sure that their block is in position. And these blocks are also not presented to the athletes. They are chosen by a lottery system. That means the athletes draw from a hat, they receive a number, and that number corresponds to a specific block in each discipline. And that is about the fairest way to provide these guys with the wood for the competition. Speaking of competition wood, this is specially grown and harvested for each competition to make sure that these blocks are as fair as possibly could be. And that is the competition wood they have here, is taken very, very seriously by Spike Milton and Bart Janssen. Spike Milton, the global sports director, one of our global sports directors from the European side, and Bart Janssen, who is one of our judges on stage today. They painstakingly choose this wood and set it up for each of the many, many, many competitions throughout the year, so that the wood can be as fair as possible for each of these competitions. You can see there Tobias Witten talking the audience that's on site through what's actually going to be happening in the standing block chop. Now, if you remember our very first discipline, the springboard, well, essentially that was a standing block chop competition 2 meters above the ground. Now the guys will have both feet firmly attached to the ground for our standing block chop here, as final checks are made, and we will get ready for heat number 1 with Lukas Wagersreiter and Sean Oesch. Lucas is an excellent standing block chopper. I think his foretile, his advantage is definitely the underhand chop, but he does have a bit of a strange angle on that block.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good pace so far by Lukas Wagersreiter as he keeps that flow going. Obviously chose the right axe this time. It's not sticking at all like it did for him in his tree. And now he moves over to that second side. Oop, it stuck a bit there though as he tried to get to that other side quickly. Might have shortcut that one, an 8 side or a 8 hit front side, but Sean Usch, huge slab came off of his block, leaving him with not a lot of material left to cut through. So he's got one more driver to do it. 33.55 for Sean Usch. And Lucas trying to find his line through. A little bit of a sticky action a couple of times there, and he's done it in 41.63. So 2 times that both of these guys would like to have back and try again. Not exactly fantastic, given that their previous times are just over the 30-second mark. Both of them very close to each other. In fact, 32.88 for Lucas and a 32.81 for Sean, previous personal bests.
Both girls are good.
Now you could see the pace on that first side by Lukas Wageschreiter was really nice. There was no delays in each of his drivers. He was getting that axe in and out, and the wood was just flying away from that block. You could see here Sean Usch had a little bit of a problem with that last little bit. This little slab just didn't want to let go, even though there was a huge piece of the block that fell off earlier. And then the same thing for Lucas. He had this thread holding onto the block as a little bit of tight wood there. And he had to do an extra driver to get it through. Okay, heat number 2, Stefan Odwarka going up against Severin Bühler. Severin Bühler with a really, really nice time of 22.72.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, quick into the wood was Stefan Odwarka. I hope that wasn't too quick. Severin Bühler on the other side. He's got nice pace as well. Stefan Odwarka chipping out some really good blocks, although Severin Bühler over to that second side, 2-3 hits. 3 drivers ahead of Stefan Odwarka as he looks to have a clean cut through here, and he wants it badly now as he's trying to find that line. Oh, a little bit holding on, 26.88, could have been faster had that thing gone down, but a thread just holding on in that tight wood. Stefan Odwarka with a 33.48. So times today in the chopping disciplines here, not looking super spectacular as all of these guys are well beyond their personal bests.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so time for a block change here as we'll get set for heats 4 and 5. No, 3 and 4, my mistake. Only 2 heats have gone by the wayside here so far, and here you see Severin. A little bit of a straight hit there, sign of fatigue. And watch these final drivers here for Severin Bühler. It's 1, 2, 3 here, and then it just holds on by a thread, and he saw it and he was like, oh my God. And he's got to come back and do a little tap to get it off. Those are those moments where you go, oh geez. Because he had a good cut and it looked very, very nice, but probably could have saved himself a good second there and had a 25 and change. But as it stands, his time is 26.67. For now, the fastest time in the standing block chop. That's probably the question that Tobias is asking Severin right now. What happened there with that piece that was just hanging on? And what was your feeling at that point? I don't know. I can't hear them, but it's a very valid question, to be quite honest with you. Where is your headspace when something like that happens? Is it in panic modus, or you just calmly do what you got to do? Well, for the moment, he'll take that time, even though it wasn't his best. Puts him currently in the top position. He's a good 4 seconds off his normal pace. That seems to be the standard fare here. It's about the same for Stefano Dvarka. So, yeah, it could be that we've got some firm wood up there today for the chopping disciplines. We'll see. If you're just joining us, this is the STIHL Timbersports DACH Semifinal from Pool C for 2026 here from Waiblingen. And we are just into heat number 3 in the standing block chop with Pierman Gnadinger and Thomas Hofbauer stepping up on the stage here to see if they can get the fastest time of the day and earn some valuable points here in the competition. The DACH is a mix of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland for timber sports. And through 4 rounds, the round 1, 2, and 3 of the semifinals. And then, of course, the final coming up on the 29th of August in Schladming, Austria.
Okay.
Will determine our DACH champion as well as determine the points for the European ranking.
3, 2, 1, go!
So both Pierman and Thomas getting into it here. Pierman Gnadinger, he's a tall fella, so he can really use that to his advantage. Thomas Hofbauer, good pace on that first side. Pierman Gnadinger, quick to that second side. He's about 3.5, 4 drivers ahead of Thomas Hofbauer on that second side. Left a bit of salad on that first side that he might have to get through. Thomas Hofbauer chipping out nicely with some clean cuts, but Pierman with a nice time of 25.39. That has him fastest on the day so far. A bit of a slip through there by Hofbauer and one more driver for a time of 35.21. So unfortunately, I'm not hearing any of the Atmo there, so I can't hear what the end result here is from Bart
Okay, ladies and
Janssen.
gentlemen.
But here we go.
Both cuts are good.
Yes, now we have the sound back, and both cuts are good. It is official. Pierman Gnadinger leading in the standing block chop results with a very, very nice time of 25.24. Severin Bühler just behind him with a 26.67. And unfortunately for Thomas Hofbauer, he had one final driver that slipped through and he had to go back and chop 2 more times. Maybe we could see that here. He looked really good on that second side. This one driver came right through the block and put him off in a bit, and then he had to go back and hit again 2 times to get that block off the top, and that slowed him down significantly for a time of 34.86. All right, heat number 4, Gunther Dahlinger and Florian Hegele. Look at their times, 27.25 and 27.46. 2 guys that are real close together here by the tail of the tape.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, they're in sync with each other on those first few drivers, and that shakes the whole stage. Gunther Dahlinger in red, Florian Hegele in black. Gunther Dahlinger moving over to the second side. Ooh, that axe skipped away on him, though. Got to be really careful of the angles you're hitting at. Florian Hegele on that second side, about 1-2 drivers to start behind Gunther Dahlinger, but it's a great time and a personal best by Dahlinger, and a nice time by Florian Hegele, also a personal best. So our first 2 personal bests in the standing block chop. Gunther Dahlinger with the fastest time. The Austrian moves to the top of the standing block chop results with a time of 24.10. Florian Hegele with a 26.78
Both
in
cuts are good.
4th.
Und damit gratulieren wir sowohl Günter Launer als auch Florian Hegele zu 2 neuen persönlichen Bestzeiten. Glückwunsch!
Yeah, both these guys really wanted it. You can see they weren't worried about the pace so much as they were about the power, and you can see here Florian Hegele just absolutely putting everything he's got into it. Gunther Dallinger is a big, strong man. Plenty of power from him. And a big sticky axe there by Florian Hegele could have probably saved himself a second or so had those final couple of drivers been a bit cleaner and not quite so sticky. Meanwhile, Gunther Dallinger has the top time of the day with a 24:10. Getting the single buck stands prepared as well in the background. A recent addition to the rule book is they cut off the first, I believe, 4 to 5 centimeters of the block, because that's about the time where the wood is the most fair. Last bits of setup here. Heat number 5 coming up next with Christoph Geisler and Danny Martin. Christoph Geisler, very left-hand side of your screen there with the red shirt. Danny Martin setting his axes in place on stand number 3 in the black shirt and the ball cap. Curious to see how much work Danny's put in to his standing. I'm expecting a good solid time from both of these guys here. Okay, so here we go. Heat number 5, Christoph Geisler holds a national record of 17.44 for Switzerland. Danny Martin, a little bit slower on the tail of the tape, at 19.55, but I'm expecting him to cut a little bit faster than that today, because I know that he's been training hard in this discipline, and he is a solid cutter here.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep an eye on the pace of Danny Martin here as he tries to get as many drivers in as possible in the shortest amount of time possible. Quick onto that second side. And as I said, Danny Martin looking to get a quick time here. Christoph Geisler about 5 drivers behind Danny Martin onto that second side, and we might see 2 very good times here. Danny's close to it. Yep, he's got a 21.23. A good solid time for him. He takes over the lead in the standing block chop. Christoph Geisler struggling a little bit on that second side with a 29.42, finally dropping the block. And that puts him in 6th place, but a great run from Danny Martin there. As I said, Danny looking to have a really good time, and that's going to help him in the overall rankings, putting him into 3rd place. But we still do have 3 more heats to go.
Both kids are good.
So here you can see Danny trying to go quick as a wink through that first side. 4 up, 4 down, and then moves over to that other side. He had a little bit of a sticky moment there, and he seems pleased with that. Should be. That's the time to beat. After adjustment, it's 20.95 as we move on to heat number 6 between Peter Bauer and Nils Müller.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So far, so good for both of these guys. They're getting into sync with each other here. Nils Müller, a little bit longer on that first side, a little bit of solid left behind. We know Peter Bauer has got some fantastic accuracy. Let's see if he can keep that up on the second side. Nice big chips flying away. A little step, but it's not bad. And he's getting close to it. But Nils Müller on the other side looks like he might knock that off. Oh, my goodness, how close was that between them? Peter Bauer, 33.43. Nils Müller with a dead even 34. That for sure will change, but good times all around. At least between these two guys, the heat kept them going. So Peter Bauer, 33.15 after adjustment.
Both girls are good.
And Nils Müller, 33.76. So not as fast as they would have liked. And they're about 12, 13 seconds off pace from the fastest cutter so far, Danny Martin. So yeah, the standing block chop has not been the huge success for most of our very good standing block choppers, which means the wood is consistent, which is absolutely what we want, but might be a little bit tighter than what these guys would have liked to have seen. But that means the competition is the same for everybody. All right, last two heats coming up. Heat number 7 between Rolf Hasler and Marcel Steinkemper. And heat number 8, Denny Vielwert and Olli Reinhardt. And you can see there Danny Martin with the fastest time so far of 20.95. At the moment, he's got those 16 points, which are so important for him. That has him in 3rd place after he had a bit of a weak stock saw, which is normally a very strong discipline for him. By the way, interesting little piece of information here. Marcel Steinkemper, Sean Oesch, and Gunther Dahlinger. This is their only appearance in a DACH semifinal, so they really cannot afford to have a DQ at all because all the other athletes are competing in their 2nd semifinal so far. All right, so Marcel here has to have an excellent run, and so far so good for him today. He is currently sitting in about the lower half of the pack, but he has yet to cut here. He had a solid tree decent stock saw. So here is an opportunity for him up against Rolf Hasler to gain some good points in a discipline where he is very good.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice pace, bit of a sticky axe there for Marcel Steinkemper. Rolf Hasler looking very good on his side. Nothing sticky so far. Marcel, one driver ahead of Rolf as they move to the second side of their blocks now. Oh, and Marcel really wants this. He's putting it in. A great time and a personal best, the fastest time of the day for Marcel Steinkemper. That is going to be a hard one to beat. And Rolf Hasler slipped right in behind him in second place with a 20.47 PB. Fantastic run from Marcel Steinkemper. Boy, did he ever need that. And that moves him to the top of the rankings. So important for him as his only appearance today is, appearance today, his only one in the
both
semis.
girls are good.
Great run by Marcel Steinkemper. Wow, was that ever nice to see. And Rolf Hasler, woo, 23-1, slipping Danny Martin from the top of the rankings down to third place in the standing block chop. But Marcel Steinkemper, what a beast here today. He got stuck maybe once or twice in that block on the first side. I think it was only once. And man, did he really want that. He put the pedal to the metal on that one. But quite frankly, so did Rolf Hasler. Very nice heat. Okay, last heat of the day. Denny Vielwert against Olli Reinhardt. I shouldn't say last heat of the day. Last heat of the day in standing block chop. We have many more heats still to go with single buck, underhand, and hot sauce still to come.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, both Denny and Oliver getting right into it. Denny has a ton of power. Ollie going for the pace on that first side. Quick to get to that second side. Denny, a long time getting around to that second side as Ollie is getting close to it. Hey, he's got a hot spot in there, though. You can see that dark position, and he might well have a good time. Oh, he just had one little piece holding on. 24.70 to 24.26 between these two guys, and Danny Vielwert, excuse me, sixth place with a 24.52, and Olli Reinhardt with a fourth place position right now with a 24.09. But that puts Denny Vielwert back atop the leaderboard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Both girls are good.
I love the flourish and swing from Bart Janssen as he brings those thumbs up from all the way back behind him for the both cuts are good. What a character. All right, looking back here, bit of a sticky one there for Ollie. You can see he's not worrying about his accuracy as much as he is about getting through that block with power. Look at the amount of salad and junk on that first side, but whatever, it worked for him. Now, Denny Vielwert took a little bit more time on that first side, and he opted to try and make sure that he had a good clean cut on that first side. And right here you can see this axe goes through, the block holds on, and then Ollie has that panic moment where he's got to go back in again and get the cut. But fourth place in the standing block chop results, so not bad at all. So we'll take a look here at the standing block results and then see how that affects our overall. So Marcel Steinkemper with a fantastic time of 19.66, the only guy under 20 seconds today. Rolf Hasler right behind him in their heat against each other. And then you can see the remaining guys. But let's take a look how this affects the overall standings. Should be no change among the top guys. So Denny Vielwert should stay in that top position. Let's see. So the overall standings, adding in now the standing block chop scores. They haven't been calculated just yet, or have they? Yes, they have. So it is going to be Denny Fielwert staying in that top position with 40 points. Olli Reinhardt sitting in second with 39. Marcel Steinkemper right behind him with 36. And then Danny Martin and Florian Hegele and Pierman Gnedinger all with 32 points in 4, 5, and 6. So it's interesting in the lower half of the top guys here in the pack as we will set up for our next discipline coming up. And they're quick to get things ready here. So why don't we take a quick look at the tool and discipline for single buck.
The 2-meter-long cross-cut saw used for the single buck discipline is made especially for competition. A series of consistently patterned 10-centimeter-long teeth are cut with a laser on one side of the saw and then hand-sharpened. Saw teeth are divided into 2 types, cutters and rakers, just like on the old-school saws. The saw weighs about 5 kilos and its base price starts at around 1,500 euros. Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46-centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success.
Okay, so single buck heats are lined up. Sean Oesch going up against Günther Dahlinger. Florian Hegele against Stefan Otwarka. Denny Fielwert, up against Severin Bühler. Peter Bauer and Thomas Hofbauer. Ralf Hasler and Lukas Wagesreiter. Then Christoph Geisler, Olli Reinhardt, Marcel Steinkemper and Danny Martin. And Nils Müller up against Pierman Gnedinger. So let's get our first heat up on stage to play with the misery whip. Sean Oesch and Günther Dahlinger. So Sean Oesch, no personal best here, and his only DACH competition this season, so he's got to have a solid showing. Currently sitting in 13th place in the overall standings, yet there are still 3 disciplines to go, so with nice clean disciplines could change things drastically. Let's see.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So you can see 2 different styles here. Günther Dahlinger going for long strokes, speedy strokes. Sean Oesch opting for shorter but very fast strokes, and it seems to be working for him as he's getting close to the bottom of that cut. Good time, personal best, 17.70, and Günther Dahlinger with a 19.74.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so Sean Oesch locks himself in a personal best at 17.48. Nice time. And that is going to be the time to beat for the moment. You can see 2 very different styles here, though, as Sean Oesch starts with shorter, quick strokes in the top on the short wood and then just keeps that pace going through the long wood through to the bottom of the cut. Günther Dahlinger trying for longer cuts at the bottom. He tighten it up a little bit, shorten it up a little bit to try and get it clean. All right, couple of Germans coming up onto stage now in heat number 2. Florian Hegele against Stefan Otwarka.
Wort ergreift natürlich dann immer zwischen die einzelnen Szenen. Wir sehen hier bei Stefan aus das Firmenlogo von Tourteil, also dem neuseeländischen Hersteller für diese speziellen Kampfsägen. Und weltweit gibt es wohl wenige Männer, die auch die Wartung einer solchen Säge beherrschen. Einer davon ist ein Deutscher, sehr bekannter Timbersport-Athlet, Rede von Markus Degler, der mit seinen Brüdern diesen Sport in Deutschland auch geprägt hat. Auch er ist heute zugegen hier in Waiblingen.
All right, pre-cuts are set by our judges, and our athletes are ready to go. So now it is just down to the whistle blast and the go-ahead.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quick pace by Florian Hagele right away. Stefano Dwarka, a little bit slower on the pace, but longer on the stroke. But Florian Hagele really quick to the bottom of this cut here. This could be a very nice time. Oh, he got a little bit hooked up, but an 18.47 that has him in second place just behind Sean Oesch. And Stefano Dwarka with a 19.20.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both cuts are good.
All right, Florian, closest to you on screen here. He got right into that wood as quick as a wink. Stefano Dwarka going for those longer strokes, but a little bit chunky on the knuckles part of that impact, almost like he's jamming the screws and bolts from the handle into the wood. Not as fast as he would have liked, 19.01, and Florian Hagele with an 18.25. Denny Vielwert coming up next up against Severin Bühler.
Im letzten Jahr, das war das erste Jahr, dass wir also von den Einzelmeisterschaftsläufern österreichweit in die gemeinsame Dachmeisterschaft übergegangen sind. Da war der zweitbeste deutsche Athlet hinter Danny Martin. Und den Führer steht hier Spikes unter den Schuhen. Das dürfen wir erwähnen, weil dieser Säge noch der Hals war. Severin Bühler verpflichtet hat.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A little bit of a sticky saw there for Denny Vielwert. Severin Bühler keeping that flow going. You can see he's using the entire length of that saw with some pace. Denny Vielwert getting into that pace now as well. Severin Bühler is going to get to the bottom of that one quick. 18.72. Denny Vielwert 25.4. So that puts Severin Bühler in third place and Denny Vielwert in sixth place in the single buck. And it's a 3-second difference between Sean Oesch's time of 17.48 and Denny Vielwert's 20.33. 2.85 seconds, excuse me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both cuts are good.
All right, so heat number 1, 2, and 3 done and dusted. We're moving on to heat number 4 here. We'll take a look back and just that little hookup right there It's so difficult to restart that saw. It's such a bear. Severin Bühler, in the meantime, he just kept that saw moving. You can see barely any rocking at all. Nice, clean cuts through. Once Denny got the flow going, he was quick. So that just that little hookup at the start slowed him down enough to take about a second and a half away from his time. All right, Peter Bauer up against Thomas Hofbauer on stage.
Der Name ist Singelbach, kommt übrigens daher, dass wir hier nur mit einem Athleten, der eine Griffzifferfüllung hat, arbeiten. Ihr kennt vielleicht auch die Doubleback, also zwei Griffe an so einer Handsäge. Was wird das aber auch mal eher ein gesellschaftliches Bild ist nach einer Familie, nach einer Hochzeit, dass Freunde und Frauen dann gemeinsam eine Holzscheibe sägen. Namens gibt hier die Singelbach eben für die einmalige Abzugsäge. Tust du nochmal in den Holzkanal, damit insbesondere beim ersten Zug kein Acker passiert und man darauf aufbauen kann, in diesen gewünschten Flow kommt.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good start, nice pace, and they are synced up with each other here. Peter Bauer and Thomas Hofbauer. Peter Bauer now looking like he's getting right into the bottom of this cut with nice, clean, long strokes. Thomas Hofbauer looking very clean through the middle, long wood though, and it's going to be Peter Bauer with an 18.52. Thomas Hofbauer 20 even. That's unofficial, of course. Competition Control Center will probably make adjustments there. But so far, Sean Oesch's time of 17.48 is the time to beat and has not been come close to yet. Peter Bauer, a nice time of 18.32, sitting in third place. And
Okay,
Thomas
ladies and gentlemen.
Hofbauer.
Both girls are good.
Thomas Hofbauer's time after adjustment actually a little bit faster with a 19.79. Yeah, Peter Bauer's experience just played a huge role there. He absolutely dominated that one. Thomas Hofbauer, a solid run for him as well. And we move on to Rolf Hasler and Lukas Wagersreiter. See here, Lucas is actually using spiked shoes to provide a little bit more grip on the deck here. Some guys opting for them, some guys not using the spiked shoes, and there you see a beautiful view of those spikes. I believe it was the French Championships last year where we saw quite a few of the athletes wearing golf shoes. And not nice looking ones.
Okay.
Either.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice start by Rolf Hasler, opting for pace there, not worrying about the length of the saw as much. Lukas Wagersreiter going to use the entire length of that saw. And there's two schools of thought here, efficiency and speed. You got to have both, but it's a fantastic run by Rolf Hasler. A 16.42 personal best, and Lukas with a 22.38. Unfortunately, a little bit slow for him. Normally, Lukas is much faster than that, a good 4 seconds off pace from his previous personal best. That puts him in 10th currently in the single buck results. But Rolf Hasler with a great time moves to the top of the rankings.
Both girls are good.
You can see Rolf Hasler going for pace there. Interesting from Lucas though. Normally we're seeing him a lot faster, but he slowed down towards the bottom of that cut. Must be a bit tired. All right, check out the time there for Christoph Geisler. National record, 13:20. Wow. Not far off the season's best, 13:16.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So you can see right away Christoph Geisler trying to go for those really, really long, efficient strokes, and Oliver Reinhardt going for pace as quickly as he can through that block. The southpaw and Ollie Reinhardt going there. Oh, that's a time for Ollie Reinhardt, 15.54, and Christoph Geisler with a 17.46. Fantastic. That puts Ollie Reinhardt ahead of Rolf Hasler and Christoph Geisler just behind him. And right now, the top 4 positions in single buck are occupied by the Swiss. It's Oliver Reinhardt, Rolf Hasler, Christoph Geisler, and Sean Usch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
And that was a dominant, a dominant run from Oliver Reinhardt. Nothing really pretty about the way he's cutting, but man, it was effective. Very, very thin cookie, risky at the bottom. If he had bent that saw even a little bit, you can see that was nearly paper thin. That was his advantage, but also the risk, and it paid off for him today. Hey, no risk, no fun, right? All right. Marcel Steinkemper up against Danny Martin, who holds the German national record for single saw.
Natürlich dazu später nochmal gefragt. Jetzt aber erstmal Konzentrationsphase für den vorletzten Lied an der Zielbank zwischen Marcel Steinkemper.
Again, Marcel Steinkemper is one of those 3 athletes making their first and only semifinal appearance here, so every run has to be on point for him. And so far, he has been fantastic.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And again, you can see the difference in styles. Danny Martin opting for long strokes. Steinkemper trying to get those fast cuts in there. He had a bit of an issue with that stopping up on him, but Danny Martin with a 14.69 takes the top spot. 18 even for Marcel Steinkemper. That puts him in 6th place right now. That may change ever so slightly as that time stopped on a dead even number. And when the tick comes in for the official time, it should be a hair faster. We'll see. But Danny Martin with the fastest time of the day so far with a 14.69 takes over the top spot in the single buck results. Yep, there you go. Marcel Steinkemper with a 17.82.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
So right now, Ollie Reinhardt has that top position in the overall with Danny Martin, Marcel Steinkemper, and Danny Fieldert in 2, 3, and 4 respectively with their points not that far apart from each other. Now let's watch Marcel here. You can see Danny going for those long, efficient strokes. A little bit slow on the drawback here, and Marcel right to the bottom of that cut. Nicely done. All right, final heat in single buck with Nils Müller and Pirmin Gnedinger. So both these guys, real quick single sawyers.
Auch hier sind die persönlichen Bestzeiten wieder gut miteinander vergleichbar beide bei einer 14er Zeit. Auch Nils Müller bereits zweimal das EM-Trikot tragen dürfen. Bei den Weltmeisterschaften letztes Jahr noch in Italien, in Mailand dieses Jahr die Weltmeisterschaft. Davor, ich kann euch nur noch mal auf das Datum ans Herz legen, das letzte Wochenende im Oktober. Das steht im Zeichen von STIHL TIMBERSPORTS in der Porsche Arena. Wenn ihr ein Ticket habt, dann auf jeden Fall herzlichen Glückwunsch. Wenn nicht, dann besucht das Ganze auf jeden Fall im Livestream. Da wird eine fette Show geboten. Mit dem Sport, der richtig schön aufbereitet wird. Mit Fachexperten, und natürlich mit den Athleten, mit den Protagonisten, den besten Sportholzmännern der Welt. Jetzt aber all eyes on Nils Müller und Pirmin Gnedinger.
So keep a close eye on the style of Pirmin Gnedinger. As a tall guy, he can use that to his advantage with a long stretch and pull. Nils has got the power,
Okay.
and you can see he's hooked in with those spiked shoes.
Athletes
Here we
ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Very, very nice start by both Nils Müller and Pirmin Gnedinger, and you can see Pirmin using the entire length of that saw, and he's got some nice pace, but Nils Müller looking very good here as he's getting to the bottom of that cut in a great time, a personal best 14.33. Pirmin Gnedinger with a 16.10. That puts Pirmin Gnedinger in fourth place, and Nils Müller with the fastest time just ahead of Danny Martin. And only 4 personal bests here today, Nils Müller being one of them.
Und dann werden über die Spikes erstmal die Badestadt angezogen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
Herzlichen Dank.
All right, so single buck is done and dusted, and by the wayside, we'll take a quick look back at the results of the single buck after this slow-mo. So it was a really nice start by Pirmin. You could see he was just using the entire length of that saw. It was a couple of quick strokes by Nils to get started, but then he started using the entire length of the saw. The difference here is that Nils had slight pace over Pirmin, and it was 2 or 3 strokes for the bottom of that cut for Pirmin Gnedinger to get that time of 15.92 official. So the single buck results there, we see Nils Müller with the fastest of the day, just ahead of Danny Martin. Ollie Reinhardt with a really nice 15.35 time, and you can see 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 all occupied by Swiss athletes. And at the bottom of the ranking here, we see Gunther Dallinger, Thomas Hofbauer, Danny Vielwert, unfortunately, and Lukas Wagersreiter. So that's going to change things around a little bit in the overall standings. We'll take a quick look at that here. So Ollie Reinhardt and Danny Martin move up to positions 1 and 2 respectively. Marcel Steinkemper sneaks into third place. Danny Vielwert down 4 positions into 5th place, and Pirmin Gnedinger moving up 2 spots into 4th place. So it is still wide open, but look at the points among the top 7 guys. 53, 47, 45, 46, 42, 42, 40. That is not that much difference between them at all. And with 2 more disciplines still to come, we are getting close to the wire to see who's going to start to add those points together. And we've already seen a major change in the overall standing, so it's getting exciting now. And our next discipline coming up is the underhand chop. Let's take a look at that discipline and what you can expect to see there.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
Okay, the underhand chop heats are up. And there you see Sean Oesch going up against Severin Bühler. Rolf Hasler against Stefano Dwarka. Peter Bauer and Florian Hegele in heat number 3. Lukas Wagersreiter, Gunther Dallinger in heat 4. Thomas Hofbauer and Pierman Gnedinger in heat 5. Olli Reinhardt and Nils Müller in 6. Christoph Geisler, Danny Martin in 7. And our final heat will be Marcel Steinkemper and Denny Vielwert. Right now, Olli Reinhardt, with 53 points, leads in the overall standings. He's been primarily the most consistent athlete throughout the day. 11 points in the springboard, 15 points at second place in stock saw, 13 points as third place in standing block, or fourth place in standing block, and third place in the single buck. So far, so good for him. So now we'll come to the underhand chop and see how he fares. Denny Martin, normally a little higher in the rankings here. His stock saw was, I don't want to say dismal, but not what we're used to seeing from a man who is more than comfortable with a motor saw in hand. And Marcel Steinkemper is staying in the mix, currently in third place in the overall rankings with 45 points. Still has a chance here to get to a podium spot, but these two disciplines coming up now, underhand chop and hot saw, are going to be determining for a lot of athletes here. Still some points to be had, but you got to do well, and the underhand chop can be finicky. So and again, parallel to all the work that's being done on stage to prepare the underhand chop blocks for our first two heats, you can see the guys preparing those two big blocks in the background for the hot saw, which is our final discipline of the day. First things first, though, the underhand chop between Sean Oesch and Severin Bühler.
Wenn wir nochmal kurz zurückblicken, dann habt ihr schon gesehen, dass mit der Axt beim Standing Block Chop der Baum gefällt ist. Und damit man die Ghana
9 years difference between these two guys, and 9 years of experience difference as well between Sean Oesch and Severin Bühler. And you can see that in the tail of the tape. Sean Oesch's personal best on the underhand, 41.09. Severin Bühler, in contrast, is 29.83. So both of them will be looking to try and improve on that here today. And as we've seen, the chopping disciplines can be a little bit slower as the wood seems to be a bit tighter. We'll see.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Sean Oesch right into it, Severin Bühler as well, chipping out nicely. Both of them looking very good here as they've got some nice chips flying away from that block. Sean Oesch may well switch around here as quickly, but it's Severin Bühler who's actually onto that second side quickly, and these two guys are both pushing each other, so we may well see good times for both of them. Severin Bühler looking like he's close to chopping through. He's looking for that line. A personal best, 26.45 for Severin, and I think Sean Oesch should get it as well. 31.46 for Sean Oesch. Excellent job. So he has really dusted his personal best by a good 10 seconds. Very, very nicely done.
Mit dem 30. Und das wäre eine Verbesserung von ganzen 10 Sekunden. Warten wir mal die Entscheidung vom Niederländer Bart Jansen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
All right, so far the two Swiss men have set a very good pace at the beginning of this underhand chop competition, with Severin Buller being the fastest with a 26.15 and Sean Osh with a 31.29. And I may have spoken too soon about the wood chopping underhand slower, eh? Not really in this case, both of them walking away with personal bests, which we love to see and is excellent. Last couple of drivers here from Sean Osh. And one more there. He is through. He knew it was a good time. Time stopped. And after adjustment, he's got a 31.29. Okay. Well, we've just seen these two guys raid against each other. So we'll wait for heat number 2 to come up in the graphics. And that's going to be between Rolf Hasler and Stefano Dvarka.
Zwei Äxte sind hier bereits schon angelegt und die gehören Rolf Hasler. Jetzt wieder am Regen Stefan Dvarka.
Okay, clearly, as you guys witnessed, that was the incorrect graphic there, but we do have Rolf Hasler and Stefan Dvarka on stage, the correct heat. Don't want to have Sean Osh and Severin Buller go through it again after being tired out in that first heat.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Bit of a sticky start by Rolf Hasler, but didn't seem to affect him that much, as he got the pace picked up on the second and third and following hits, and he is onto that second side quickly. Stefano Dvarka now moved over to his second side, about 5 drivers behind Rolf Hasler. Rolf is through in 20.73, a personal best, and I think he was maybe a little bit surprised how quickly he got through there. And Stefano Dvarka also with a personal best, 26.90. Yes, I love it. Personal best, go away. They're like that annoying fly in the soup. Don't need them, don't want them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
But in this case, the guys do want those personal bests, and they've got them so far. Everybody with a PB, and it is Rolf Hasler still holding that top spot, but an excellent run by Stefano Dvarka has him in third place, and Sean Osh sitting in fourth right now, with Severin Buller in second place. Rolf Hasler, the fastest time after that heat, with a 20.07. Yeah, you could see it. Rolf was a little bit surprised that that actually got through. He was ready to do one more driver, and then that block just peeled away. So blocks being brought in, stands being turned for each of the next heats. Heat number 3 will have Peter Bauer and Florian Hegele, and heat number 4 will have Lukas Wageseiter against Gunther Dahlinger. Both of these heats are country heats, so first up Germany against Germany, and then Austria against Austria.
Ja, vorhin wurden die Hooks, also diese Metallhaken, mit denen das Holz hier verankert wird, mit einem Spanngurt nochmal gesichert wird, noch als Kabelbinder zum Einsatz. Und natürlich wird auch hier bei dieser Bewegung bei dem Hammerhands-Off das Thema Sicherheit sehr, sehr groß geschrieben. Ja, Dave, das könnte vielleicht sehen, das blitzt so ein bisschen durch. Ja, den müssen wir Kettensocken tragen. Hier sprechen nach wie vor von diesen rasiermesserstarken Wettkampfäxten. Und um hier die Füße zu schützen, sind die Kettensockenpflicht, gehören also ganz, ganz klar zur Ausrüstung unserer Athleten. Und das sind in diesem Fall beim nächsten Heat Florian Hegele und Peter Bauer.
Okay, here we go. Peter Bauer, Florian Hegele.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, good pace right away by both these guys, Peter Bauer and Florian Hegele. Each of them hitting at about the same pace, and now Peter Bauer starting to pick it up a little bit. Slightly sticky axe, but he got back into the action. But Florian Hegele onto the second side of his block, about 1.5 drivers ahead of Peter Bauer. Peter chipping out nicely. Florian Hegele getting close to it as well as he's chipping out nicely. I think Peter Bauer might be first through here. Oh, yes. 26-12 and 26-7-3. 2 personal bests. And again, all across the board, personal best. So this underhand wood is definitely chopping quick today.
Das war eine gute Performance und vor allem die beste auf dem Underhand in seiner schon so langen Laufbahn bei den Timbersports.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Both girls are good.
Und ebenfalls eine 6-sekündige Verbesserung von Florian.
Okay, so personal bests again for Florian Hegele and Peter Bauer. Peter Bauer, second fastest time of the day with a 25.87, sitting in second place, and Florian Hegele in fourth place with a 26.47. Really, really nice cuts by both guys, and I love to see these personal bests falling by the wayside all along the way. This is just fantastic. All right, heat number 4. We've got Lukas Wagesreiter up against Gunther Dahlinger. Lukas Wagesreiter, a smaller guy, but a power packet. He is compact and strong. Gunther Dahlinger is a big fella, and he also has umpteen amounts of power. So it should be an interesting heat between these two guys, and curious to know how well the wood will react under the onslaught from these two gentlemen.
Auch hier dürfen die Athleten wieder 2 Wechselwechsel, also eine mögliche Ersatzaxt mitbringen. Axt wird nochmal mit einem speziellen Öl vorbereitet, weil über Wagesreiter und dann geht es auf die Buchung.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Lukas Wagesreiter with pace in that block right away. Gunther Dahlinger, same thing there. Gunther Dahlinger onto the second side, steps down, however, but had the wherewithal to make sure he was back on top of that block to start hitting again. Lukas Wagesreiter late to the party on the second side. Gunther Dahlinger should be through, and I think we're going to see another personal best go, and it does. Gunther Dahlinger, 22:31. That's the second fastest time of the day so far. And Lukas Wagesreiter struggling here a little bit as he gets through in a 30.64. So that is not going to be a PB for Lukas. He took a long time on that first side. You can see a couple of dark spots in his block, so could be that he had some
Okay,
tight wood, maybe a knot to deal with.
Both girls are good.
All right, so far the only guy that doesn't have a personal best is Lukas Wageschreiter, and unfortunately for him, his time is also the slowest thus far with a 31.65. Gunther Dahlinger, however, a PB 22.06. That is quite a bit faster than his previous time by just under 4 seconds, so that's a really nice improvement for him. Good cut. It looks like Lucas decided to go deeper on that first side, and it cost him. All right, preparations for our last 4 heats, and that is Thomas Hofbauer up against Pirmin Gnedinger, and Olli Reinhardt going up against Nils Müller in heats 5 and 6. Then we've got Christoph Geisler and Danny Martin in heat 7, and Marcel Steinkemper and Denny Vielwert in heat number 8.
Thomas Hofbauer. Beide auch öfters gemeinsam unterwegs, wenn es darum geht, zu trainieren. Beide aus Bayern. Thomas Hofbauer vor seiner STIHL TIMBERSPORTS Laufbahn ein sehr, sehr erfolgreicher Motocross-Fahrer, auch Teilnehmer bei den bayerischen Meisterschaften. Also der Mann ist gemacht für Extremsport. Hat dieses Jahr die Quali für die DACH-Semifinals geschafft. Mit gebrochener Hand, also das mal als besondere Leistung auch. Gutes Jahr. Und so natürlich das Banding Hilfe. Also, auch wenn das in einer Disziplin jetzt nicht perfekt gelaufen ist, für den Regenstauber, der gibt nicht auf, bevor nicht alle 6 Disziplinen auch wirklich absolviert sind. Hat gerade eben seine beiden Ängste geholt und steht eben seinen Vorteil.
Okay, heat number 5, underhand chop. Just past the halfway mark of this discipline, we have Thomas Hofbauer and Pirmin Gnedinger.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Pirmin in red, Gunther, Thomas Hofbauer in black. Who will go to that second side first? It's going to be Thomas Hofbauer with a hop onto that other side. Pirmin Gnedinger with a hop as well. No delaying these guys on that second side. And Thomas Hofbauer looking good as he's getting close to the cut. He was first over and about 2 drivers ahead of Pirmin. Pirmin looking clean though, and he's got a great time of 30.42 compared to a 35.6. Close these two guys were. A little bit slower than the average bear though, as Pirmin Gnedinger and Thomas Hofbauer are sitting in 7th and 8th respectively in the ranking for underhand chop. I really like the way they hopped around to the other side of the block though.
Both kids are good.
Okay, next heat coming up, heat number 6, Olli Reinhardt going up against Nils Müller.
Weiter geht's mit dem nächsten Heat und dem Duell zwischen Nils Müller und Oliver Reinhardt.
Olli Reinhardt not wasting any time to get up on that block and make sure that he is focused and ready to go on that first side. Nils Müller, a couple of practice swings and transitions, and here we go.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, yes, Olli getting into it. Very open face on that first side. It's going to be quick to the second side for Olli Reinhardt. Nils Müller about 2 drivers behind him on that second side, maybe 1.5. Should be a good time the way that Olli Reinhardt is pacing through this block, though. It's not going to be his personal best, but it's going to be fast enough to put him in second place. Nils Müller there in 27:07, and that's got him currently sitting in 8th place, so great cut by Oliver Reinhardt. And as I said, he has been super, super consistent throughout the entire day. At the moment, he's got the top of the leaderboard, and with him are Rolf Hasler and Pierman Gnedinger.
Okay,
so
ladies and
it's
gentlemen,
1, 2, and 3
Both girls are good.
belonging to Swiss athletes at the moment. We do, however, have 2 more heats to go in the underhand chop, so that may well change after these 2 heats, but that was a great run from Oliver Reinhardt with a 20.88. And again, not his fastest time, a 20.07 being that, but enough to put him in second place behind Rolf Hasler. So you can see our underhand chop score on the bottom right hand side of your screen. Rolf Hasler, fastest time so far, 16 points for him at the moment. Olli Reinhardt, second place, 15 points for him. And then Gunther Dahlinger sitting in third place with 14 points. And the time difference between them is fairly significant for 2 and 3, but not for 1 and 2. It's only 0.8 of a second. And so far, 7 of 12 athletes have managed personal bests here, so that's a good sign of things to come. As we get ready for heat number 7 between Christoph Geisler and Danny Martin. Okay, here we go. So you can see the national records held by both of these gentlemen for their respective countries at 19.94 for Christoph Geisler and 19.25 for Danny Martin. And you can see on the shoulder of Danny Martin there, 100 years of steel. That's going to be a party in Stuttgart in October for the individual and team world championships.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Good start by Danny Martin, chipping out really nicely. Christoph Geisler, he's got some big pieces falling off of his block as well. Danny Martin onto the second side, one driver ahead of Christoph Geisler. Opening up that second side well for both of them. Danny Martin coming close to it. Christoph Geisler almost there as well. 22.06 for Danny Martin and Christoph Geisler. Oh, it's going to be a tough one for him. It's probably going to be about 27 seconds once it's adjusted. The button stopped a bit too quick for Christoph, I think. But we'll see once the Competition Control Center gets their hands on it. Danny Martin, however, with a 21.75 quick time, and that puts him in third place in the underhand chop.
Gentlemen, both guys are good.
And Christoph Geisler with a 27.90. Okay, so not that big of a difference. So all in all, a pretty decent time, but he is down in 10th place there. Bit of a sticky axe to start things off with. Danny Martin, on the other hand, he chose the right axe as that was just blowing the pieces out of that block really, really nicely in there, that final driver. Good time. All right, final heat number 8 in the underhand chop between Marcel Steinkemper and Denny Vielwert. Two guys that are both capable of very, very quick underhand chop times. Let's see if they can pull it off. Marcel's had a fantastic day today. One small hiccup, I would say, in the stock saw, but not really that bad. Middle of the pack. Otherwise, he's been pretty consistent throughout the day.
Da gehört da ganz viel Ausgleichstraining dazu. Das heißt, das jetzt nach einem Jahr sehr intensiv. Was sind denn so Training-Einheiten, die man noch eigentlich Probleme auf die Zeit wie immer braucht? Kann man ein Beispiel?
Das Beispiel haben wir jetzt zum Beispiel Sportschule Klima. Da geht ein Riesenland raus, also da ist wirklich sehr viel passiert. Schmerzfreier, auch nachhaltiger, einfach den Körper behandeln. Natürlich auch fitnesstechnisch was tun. Ich habe jetzt an der World Cup in Budapest gesehen, aber Radverleih das beste Mal hier nicht. Sehr, sehr stolz drauf. Und ja, das gehört mir noch dazu, das vergessen manche, meistens wenn ich in den Wald halt das Holz und das Wasser, aber da gehört sehr viel Fitness und sehr viel Mobilität und alles auch dazu.
Und deine Zielvorgabe für das Weltcup-Jahr 2026?
So a quick interview there with the reigning champion, Danny Martin and Tobias Witten. Meanwhile, Marcel Steinkemper and Denny Vielwert come out onto the stage and get ready for their heat.
Okay. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, Marcel Steinkemper getting into it with pace, and he had a huge block come out of there, or a huge chip come out of that block. He said switch over now. He is very, very quick so far. Massive power from both of these guys. Denny Vielwert getting into that second side nicely now as well. And Marcel should be close to getting through that block. And they are both through. A personal best for Denny Vielwert with 20.19. Puts him just behind Rolf Hasler in second place. And Marcel Steinkemper with a 21.17 unofficial sitting in fourth place. Really, really nice run from both of those guys.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
Look at that first slab that came off of Marcel's block. He had the power going into that. That block was shook after that first driver. And here we see Denny Fielvet. Really beautiful scarf on the side. Nice and clean. Switches over to that other side. Left a little bit of salad in the middle. But man, did he come on from on high with that entry driver into that second side. Really, really nice run from both of these gentlemen. So underhand chop rankings. Ooh, Denny Fielvet moves into the top spot after adjustment of 19.80. Rolf Hasler moves down into second place. Marcel Steinkemper third place, and Olli Reinhardt fourth place. Danny Martin fifth place in the underhand chop results. So if we look at how that affects our overall ranking, we'll get that in just a few minutes. We'll take a look at the last couple of spots in the underhand chop. Yeah, a bit of a rough one for Lucas Vagasreiter, who's normally a lot quicker in this discipline. As we'll take a look now at the overall standings with one more discipline to go. So Oliver Reinhardt, 66 points. Good solid lead for him. Danny Martin in second there, but his favorite discipline's coming up, and that is the hot saw. Marcel Steinkemper and Denny Fielvet in positions 3 and 4. And they have 59, 59, and 58 respectively. And Rolf Hasler with 57 in position 5. So among those top 5 positions, it's really wide open as we head towards this final discipline coming up. And that is the hot saw. And you can hear the mad action that's going on in the background on stage, getting ready for the hot saw. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this last discipline, it is crazy. They've basically taken a motorcycle engine and it adapted it to cut logs. And it does cut logs. It goes through them like butter. It is madness. They are exceptionally strong, exceptionally dangerous, and can be exceptionally finicky machines. Sometimes they won't start. Sometimes it takes a few pulls to start. Anything can happen with this discipline. Why don't we take a quick look at the tool and discipline for our final event here today for the DACH 2026 from Waiblingen, the hot saw.
These custom, handmade, race-tuned machines are built for maximum power and precision and to cut the wood as fast as possible in a competition. They are built with a 60 to 80 horsepower single-cylinder 2-stroke engine, often taken from a snowmobile or high-powered motorbike. The hot saw can weigh up to 30 kilograms and its chain rotates at over 250 kilometers an hour. The cost of a competition hot saw used in STIHL Timbersports is upward of 6,000 euros. Hot saw. For the hot saw, power saws are called into action and the athletes have a space of 15 centimeters to cut 3 complete discs off a 46 centimeter thick wooden block. Jumping the start or cutting over the line will result in a disqualification.
Okay, so the hot saw. Normally, we're only down to about 6 athletes by this time for the hot saw heats, but in this particular case, because we're running the classic style of competition, we have all 16 athletes competing in the hot saw, so it is still wide open for, I would say, the top 5 guys because of the points breakdown. There is 16 points available for the top spot. Danny Martin is an absolute beast with the hot saw. He had previous the world record for the hot saw, and he is very, very comfortable with this tool. And you can see the guys heading back into the woods there to warm up their hot saws, and you can hear them. Probably if you're in Waiblingen, you're going deaf, and if you're in somewhere else in Germany, you're going to hear them because they are just that loud. It is mad how powerful these saws are. They're so powerful, in fact, we have to put up Lexan shields between each of the competitors and their saws, and at the end of each competitor's block or station, in order to make sure that if something does fly off the saw, or if a piece of wood flies because of a result of that high-speed chain, that the people around the area are protected. Now, we've seen a lot of different things happen over the years. The saws don't start. It takes a few times for them to start. The chains have come off the bar. Anything can happen with these high-powered, high-tuned machines, and that is what makes this particular discipline very, very interesting, and also what they like to call the make-or-break discipline in steel timber sports, because in an international individual competition, this can be the deciding discipline between winning the competition or losing it and being nowhere near the podium. So right now the points breakdown looks like this. Oliver Reinhardt is in the top spot with 66 points. He has a good solid lead of 7 points over Danny Martin, who has 59 at the moment, but he is tied with Marcel Steinkemper. He had a really rough stock saw, and so he is going to have to make up for it with the hot saw. But we know that Danny Martin can operate that hot saw like no other German athlete. So, that said, let's see how Marcel Steinkemper and Danny Vielwert behave with their hot saws. And let's not forget, Rolf Hasler from Switzerland has 57 points. He's only 1 point back of Danny Vielwert, who has 58 points. If he's got a good hot saw and the other guys ahead of him have a bit of problems, then we may see a major change in the overall rankings. But Oliver Reinhardt right now just basically has to have a really nice, clean run with a good solid time, but it comes down to mathematics in these top 5 positions, and I'm not about to start playing math guy here because I always make a complete cock up of that, and I don't want to do that here today. So we are going to head over to the main stage and get ready for our first heats in the hot saw. Heat number 1 will be between Sean Oesch and Danny Vielwert. Danny Vielwert currently sitting in 4th place in the overall. Sean Oesch is relatively low down on the list, but can gain some much needed points here today if he has a good hot saw. And there you see the Go Baby Go sign on Stefan Odvarka's saw as he's got his warm-up done and dusted. Danny Vielwert coming in now to warm up his saw just before his heat goes. And here you can see what happens sometimes when the saw becomes a bit finicky in these warm-up sections. This is why this is particularly important, to make sure that that saw gets started at least one time. So Danny Vielwert's had to set up for a second pull to get his saw started. And you can see both of these guys here are struggling a little bit. I think that's Severin Bühler. I can't really tell. But this is, there we go. Now we get him going. And this is what makes these guys a little bit nervous. Get that saw started, you know, get that carbon blown out of the cylinder. Make sure that it is a little bit warmed up before they get him going on stage. All right, I think that is almost all the saws done. Now, we haven't seen very many saws with that harvester bar. That is the long straight bar. Most of the guys that we've seen out there have the little bit more bulbous bar like what we're seeing on this saw here. My opinion is it tends to be a little bit better for making sure that that chain stays in position a little bit more. But at 250 kilometers an hour and the amount of pressure that's being put on that chain in the motor itself, they stretch very, very significantly during the actual heat. So one small knock on the side can pull that chain away from the bar, and then you've got yourself a problem. There we see Marcel Steinkemper with his saw. And again, 15 to 20,000 euros for these saws. The majority of them using two types of motors, either the Rotax or the Wankel motor. You can hear the difference between the two motors. The Wankel motor tends to be a bit throatier, a bit growlier, a bit of a deeper sound, quite loud. And the Rotax, you hear it as a little bit more whiny, like those two-stroke motorbikes that they're racing around the BMX or the motorcycle tracks. And there you could see it might be Dirk Brown's old saw. Dirk Brown passing away a few years ago. One of the absolute gentlemen of the sport. And also a previous world record holder in the discipline of hot saw. Christoph Keisler now coming to get his saw running. I believe that's Christoph. Yes, it is. And you can see there's that harvester bar, that long straight bar. Christoph opting for pretty traditional setup here. I mean, as far as a hot saw can be called traditional, given the nature of the beast. And there's a really clean view of a harvester. You can actually see the chain separate from the bar ever so slightly with each pull of the throttle, and that's how much power is actually coming from the motor there. Man, he's got that saw cooking right now. He could make some eggs on that thing. Severin making sure that saw is nice and warm before he goes up on stage. Gotta be careful that it's not too warm, though. That can also backfire on you. Danny Martin knows his saw inside and out. A normally very serious Danny Martin having a quick wave to our viewing audience here, as he seems pretty relaxed. And when a guy like Danny is relaxed before the hot saw, that usually means scary things are coming your way. Likely that he feels good about how things are running with his saw, and he might have a very, very good cut. We'll see. It's incredible the control you have to have over this saw. 35 kilograms, and they are heavy. I've actually lifted Danny's saw in the past, and I can't even imagine that saw, lifting it while it's running, all the moving parts, and then having to cut 3 cookies from a 15 centimeter space on that block. That is an impressive feat that any and all of these guys have to manage in this last discipline here. And again, it's a little bit of a different setup here with the classic format, because all 16 athletes will compete in the hot saw. Danny Martin will be one of the last, so he gets to watch how everybody else cuts, and he knows exactly where he needs to be in order to make sure that he is among the best, if not on the top of the podium. Ollie Reinhardt, a bit of a difficult situation for him. He is the athlete that is currently atop the standings with 66 points, but he will be cutting in the second heat against Rolf Hasler. And that means he's got to have a good clean cut, and then basically he's going to be chewing fingernail for the remainder of the heats as he watches the other guys that are among the top with him, Danny Martin, Marcel Steinkemper, Denny Fielwert, Rolf Hasler, all do their cuts. Although Rolf and Ollie in the same heat together, the two of them can commiserate with each other as they watch the other guys and their cuts. So it'll be interesting. And I believe our stage is set. I believe all our saws are warmed up from backstage behind here in Waiblingen. So now it's just about getting ourselves onto the stage and ready to go for our first heat. That would be heat number 1 with Sean Usch and Denny Fielwert. So Sean Usch, assuming he has 3 good cookies on the deck, will have a personal best today. And he'll log that personal best in for the first time. Denny Fielwert, pretty solid time of 9:02. So as he is currently sitting 4th, he has a chance to gain 16 points here and move himself up the rankings. And hopefully he can have a really, really nice cut.
Und das ist einer der Athleten, junge Mädel, der Besitzer, der Hotspot Jörg mit seinem Team gebaut hat. Jörg, kann man das ja. Warte, die eigene Spiel 81 einfach zu klein. Oder warum kommt man auf die Idee, eine Hotspot zu bauen? Wenn man beruflich, ständig mit Profi-Modus zu tun macht, dann ein Bauwein, der auch eine Sportführung, der hat und noch größeren Selten zum Einsatz kommt, nicht einfach ein
So Jörg, one of the premier hot saw builders in Germany, and talking a little bit about why on earth they'd want to build a hot saw, and you know, the clear answer is to get a machine that can do the job in the shortest time possible and is always reliable, as we see now Denny Fielwert coming out onto stage to get ready for his cut, and he will be joined by Sean Usch on stage. And as I mentioned, Sean Usch will lock in, as long as he gets 3 cookies on the deck, he'll lock in his own personal best here, and then he'll have something to work from. Yeah, to make improvements down the road. And as mentioned, Denny Fielwert's personal best 9:02. He'll definitely be looking to make improvements on that as he marks his 2 guidelines using the grease pen on that block. So those lines he marked on there, that's all fine and good, but let's not forget you've got 35 kilos of angry saw that you've got to pick up and control to make those cuts happen. And if something goes pear-shaped on the way, you have to react and not lose your cool and make sure that you can get that 3 cookies on the deck safe and sound. And I do believe that we'll probably have a block change at about heat number 3, perhaps if we're lucky heat number 4, but I think it'll probably be a little bit sooner because of the amount these guys have to cut off. But the way things have been going today, the guys have been doing those block changes lightning fast, so I'm not really concerned about that. They'll be out there and done in a matter of no time. Again, this is the final discipline of the day today here at the STIHL Timbersports DACH Pro Semifinal Pool C for 2026. Last interview moments on stage as these guys are waiting to jump into this hot saw final.
Sichtcarbon aus. Also ist das tatsächlich ein Steinfuß aus Carbon gefertigt. Das ist ein Carbon, schauen wir ein. Es geht hier um Gewichtsreduzierung. Der Steinfuß wird auch immer auf den Sportler eingestellt, wie er sie bisher haben möchte, gerade eingestellt, individual. Für den Sportler, und ich sage immer, an der Handschlag halt nicht kein Teil was verloren, das ist unsere Sicherheit und die Ständigkeit. Vielleicht nochmal dein Lieblingsteil, vielleicht auch dein Lieblingsdetail an deiner Hautsache, ist da was? Ja, natürlich, die Kombination ist das, was so eine Hautsache in gewisser Weise ausmacht. Wo auch organisiert. Von der Kette habe ich jetzt seit neuestem die Finish-Staffel. Die läuft sehr, sehr gut. Ich hoffe, ich werde heute eine gute Zeit schneiden. Für uns ist ein Bild, das ist wie schwer ist deine Hautsache, wenn ich sie jetzt angeben würde? Also wir haben so zwischen 25 und 30 Kilo ungefähr. Kommt natürlich auch maximal an. Muss man dann schnell schneiden, wenn ich einfach angeben, wo ich den Puls, die Säge zu starten, ist vielleicht mit dem Anrufstein oder viel in der Hand hat. Weil den Fuß lege ich mit als Sportler und weiß dann die Säge hoch aus Holz. Da müssen wir natürlich schon auch die Säge anwerfen, oder? Ja, man hat hier keine Dekompression. Die haben normale Säge, das gibt eigentlich der Handmotor nicht mehr. Das heißt, man muss die Körper ungefähr auch durchreißen und dann ziehen wir den Motor. Da ist schon ein bisschen dahinter, die Säge anzumachen, weil sonst funktioniert es nicht. Also unter anderem dank dir, Jörg, und deinem Team, deinen Söhnen gibt es eine Hotspot, die hier steht, einen Wankelmotor. Die meisten Athleten auf der 16 gleich folgenden fahren einen Rotaxmotor, ein österreichischer Hersteller, den Motoren im Kraftsport, im Stilmobil zum Einsatz kommen. Auf die darf man sich ganz besonders freuen. Und die einzige, die wir gleich hören werden. Ich danke euch erstmal für den technischen Einblick und dann starten wir jetzt. Ich glaube, ihr seid bereit mit der Hotspot. Das ist Florian Hegel und Jörg Besi. Danke euch. Ich frage einmal in die Runde. Ich hoffe, viele von euch sind gerade mit Beobachts ausgerüstet. Auch wir müssen die Sportler, Gehörschutzfragen, die Sicherheitsbedingungen natürlich auch die Schlittschutzhose und wir begrüßen für den ersten Heat. Wir sind also stark da für das große Finale. Und jetzt will ich euch einfach mal hören. Schwarz und Danny, viel mehr!
All right, so after a series of long interviews, we are ready to go with our next heat, our heat number 1 in the hot saw, and that is with Sean Usch and Denny Fielved. So just as a reminder, the hot saw, you get to warm up the saw, then it goes back off. You have to rewrap that cord, and yeah, then it is all about getting those cookies cut.
Okay. Warm up your saw.
Well, now, that was loud. Folks, the only thing I can tell you here is just pay attention, don't blink, and we'll be back at you after the cookies are cut.
30 seconds. Athletes ready.
All right, here we go.
Stand
Don't
to
blink.
your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Sean Usch with a 10.33. Denny Fielved a little bit lower and slower than his normal time, but he really struggled on that upcut. He was fighting that saw. So let's see. Ooh. Sean Usch has a cut line, and that means probably for him a DQ, and that means that time will not count.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification on stand 1. He cut the line. However, stand 2 is good.
All right, and Denny actually did get himself a personal best after the Competition Control Center had a look at his time. They determined that the 8.99 was the fast time, so there we go. Sean Usch, 2 pretty good cookies right there. He tagged the line, and then he had to reset, tag the line, or tag the block, then he tagged the line on the way down for that next cut, and unfortunately that's a cut line. Now if we watch this, the upcut by Denny, oh, he was leaning into it and he was fighting with that thing. He was almost sawing it back and forth to try and get the cut, but he managed to get that line and or get that cut done. Now I think that in the future, Denny will have to work on that upcut because that's where he lost the time, but he was still pretty fast. All right, next heat, Rolf Hasler and Oliver Reinhardt.
Gerade das Prozedere, das davor 60 Sekunden für die Vorbereitung. Über 60 Sekunden müssen die Athleten überhaupt so einmal aufwärts. Wie lange sie das machen, innerhalb der 60 Sekunden, das bleibt jedem persönlich selbst überlassen. Wichtig dann aber auch noch innerhalb dieser 1 Minute das Seil zum Abreißen der Hauptsong wieder einzuspannen. Und ganz wichtig, das Seil wegen des Griffes zum Abreißen muss gesichert werden. Also das ist nun mal mit einem Karabiner an der Bühne veranlasst, weil dieser Griff einfach auch sehr, sehr fest, sehr weit fliegen könnte, jemand verletzen könnte. Und genau da
Okay, stands are ready. Saws are on stage.
das große Finale, jedes Tag kommt noch Maker oder Breaker. Damit wirst du Dachmeister oder verlierst alles.
So personal best hot saw time for Olli Reinhardt is quite respectable at 6.95. Same for Rolf Hasler. Unfortunately for these two guys, currently sitting in now after Denny's run in 2nd and 5th respectively, they're going to cut and then they're going to have to watch the rest of the guys cut and see where they end up at the end of the competition. Right now,
Okay.
Olli Reinhardt has
Warm up your soul.
66 points. So if he gets a good clean cut, let's go.
Thirty seconds. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, that's a rough cut for Olli Reinhardt, 11.40. Hopefully all 3 cookies are on the deck and fair. Meanwhile, Rolf Hasler, an 8.14. Fastest cut of the day so far, has him atop the leaderboard in the hot saw and has moved him up into 3rd place in the overall standings, just behind Denny Vielwerts. That is a rough cut, though, for Olli Reinhardt, and that is going
Okay,
to
ladies
be
and gentlemen, both cuts are good.
causing him sleepless nights as the rest of the athletes will come through and do their cuts. From Rolf Hasler, however, this was a pretty solid effort. A little bit of a struggle there on the upcut, realigned himself, got close to the line on the down cut here. Ollie, nice first cut, transition, and here comes the fight. That saw wants to pull in, and he really had to be careful with alignment on that final cookie, but he's got it done, and now we move on to Marcel Steinkemper and Pierman Gnedinger.
Von ca. 250 bis maximal 300 km/h auch diese hohe Kraft, also sich da einzulegen, das ist für die Sportler wichtig. Da kann natürlich auch mehr Körpergewicht schon mal einen Vorteil sein.
So one more set of cuts on the block that we currently have, and after this heat, he will definitely make a block change. So after heat number 3 between Marcel Steinkemper and Pierman Gnedinger, we will have a very short pause as the blocks will be changed and allow the remaining guys a new set of wood to cut.
Im besten Fall 16 Punkte. Und wir freuen uns nun auf Marcel Steinkämper und Firmin Neringer.
So for Marcel Steinkemper, this is an important cut. As mentioned earlier on, because this is his first and only semifinal appearance, it's his only opportunity to really get to the final in August in Schladming, Austria. He's been super consistent and super solid throughout the day. So this for him isn't about getting onto the podium as much as it is about making sure he's at the final.
Okay, warm up your soul. $30 seconds. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That was a rough cut for Marcel Steinkemper as well. You can see he had a cut out there and he had to go back and hover very, very carefully above that block to make sure he didn't cut the line. Hopefully he did not cut the line for Pirmin Gnadinga. It looks like he has 3 on the deck. Let's see what our judges say about the cut from Marcel Steinkemper as we come forward to the decision zone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both cuts are good.
Okay, so Steinkemper with a 12:11. That is a rough time for Marcel. That puts him in 5th place currently, although that does move him up in the overall standings ever so slightly in 4th place at the moment. And currently the 2nd fastest German here. We could see the cutout right there, so he had to go back up and hover. He only had about 7 centimeters to align and make sure that that was a clean cut down. He did a good job to do that though. You can see Pirmin Gnadinga totally relaxed during this cut. Yeah, just a casual day out, cutting with an absolutely massively aggressive saw. No problem for him at all. Chillin'. All right, next up we have Lukas Wageseiter and Thomas Hofbauer. And for the moment, Oliver Reinhardt's 4th place is holding steady with an 11.29, but he's really got to hope that he doesn't lose too many more spots here. There are quite a number of athletes still to come. 10 more cuts to go, and two of our strongest at the bottom of that list of 10. Stefan Odwarka, who doesn't really have a chance to win this one here today, but because he is a hot sauce specialist, could well be the ruination of Oliver Reinhardt's 79 points. And let's not forget, Danny Martin is in that last heat of the day, heat number 8, and he is an absolute wizard with the hot saw. New blocks are in place. And like I said, they were quick. The judges will mark the new blocks with the 15 centimeter limit line, and then we'll bring up our next pair, and that will be Lukas Wagesreiter and Thomas Hofbauer.
Bevor wir mit dem nächsten Boxer-Athleten weitermachen, seht ihr jetzt wieder einen Mann auf der Bühne, den ihr schon den ganzen Tag gesehen habt. Das war ganz hier der Schiedsrichter auf der Bühne. Aber seine Arbeit ist nicht in Anführungszeichen nur das Schiedsrichter, sondern auch die Holzvorbereitung. Das heißt, vor einem Wettkampf vergehen Monate bis hin zu Jahren, wenn es darum geht, Holz auch vorzubereiten. Nehmt uns mal mit in eure Arbeit in den Niederlanden, wenn ihr Holz vorbereitet. Was gehört da alles dazu?
Also, ja, ich habe mein eigenes Mikro, ich glaube, das geht schon. Ja, die Holzvorbereitung für nächstes Jahr, die fängt jetzt schon an. Also das Holz wird jetzt schon angeschaut und die Bäume werden jetzt in die nächsten Monate geschnitten, Oktober, November. Wenn der Saft runtergeht, dann ist das Holz besser, weniger trocken und dann steckt die Axt nicht, zum Beispiel. Es gibt verschiedene Holzarten, es gibt Pappel und es gibt Pine. Die Pine kommt aus der Schweiz, das ist ganz normaler Forstholz. Das sind 2 LKWs im Jahr. Und die Pine ist eine Hybride, die kommt vom Bauerhof, sage ich mal. Wie der Weihnachtsbaum auch. Der wird gepflanzt für Weihnachten und die Pappel wird gepflanzt für Energieholz. Der Bauer, der kriegt Suppen schon, die machen Pappel drauf, die verdienen noch ein bisschen extra damit. Und wir nehmen diese Pappel, spielen damit unser Timbersportspiel und am Ende gehen sie im Container, wird geschreddert und da wird Energie draus gemacht.
Also das Holz wird weiterverarbeitet. Jetzt sagen wir immer, wir wollen gleiche Bedingungen für möglichst alle Athleten. Nimmst du dann auch Holz aus einem gleichen Bestand, also die sich in der Nähe zueinander befinden, um die gleichen Ressourcen aus dem Boden zu ziehen?
Ja, der große Vorteil von dieser Hybride, also wenn ein Baum hat einen Knick auf 9 Meter, dann haben 800 Bäume einen Knick auf 9 Meter. Die sind alle gleich, die sind alle aus dem Labor. Also es bleibt ein Naturprodukt, aber fast alle Bäume sind gleich.
Du begleitest viel natürlich nicht nur national in Deutschland, du bist Europa, du bist weltweit unterwegs. Was werden die nächsten Stationen sein für dich, für dein Team vor der Weltmeisterschaft?
Ja, die Weltmeisterschaft in Stuttgart, die wird natürlich Bombe sein. Aber erstmal hier in Waiblingen, ich meine, das ist einer der schönsten Wettkämpfe, den ich mich erinnern kann. Ein super Publikum, volles Haus, am Stammhaus, also freut mich richtig. Und dann geht es natürlich an die Weltmeisterschaft. Ja, da gibt es eigentlich keine Wörter dafür. Da gibt es Gänsehaut. Wir erwarten dann natürlich sehr schöne Zeiten, weil wir das Holz von diesem Jahr gesehen haben, dass es sehr, sehr positiv aussieht. Gehe ich davon aus, dass wir da was Seite knacken werden und das ist natürlich super für die Stimmung.
Vielen Dank erstmal auch an dich und dein Team. Das ist Bart Janssen. Judge und natürlich der Mann fürs Holz. Freiholz, das wollen die nächsten beiden Athleten produzieren mit den beiden Hotdogs. Das ist die Nummer 4 im großen Finale hier nach des 3. Semifinals. Lukas Wagesreiter und Thomas Hofbauer sind die nächsten.
Okay, so we come back to it now with Lukas Wagesreiter and Thomas Hofbauer. Lukas with a very respectable 7.71 personal best in the hot saw. He could be also a game changer for a lot of the guys that are in the top of the rankings here if he has a really super clean time.
Okay, warm up your soul.
Well, Thomas Thomas really wanted to have that saw warm, and Lucas is having some problems here getting his saw
30
started.
seconds.
And that 30 seconds is a critical time for him now because he needs to get that thing running to make sure that it is going for his heat. Otherwise, he is going to have to depend on a very cold start if he can't get it going now. Oh, just one more pop, and he's got to be ready to go when the time comes. And he seems okay with that little pop. He doesn't have much choice now because the time is running away on him.
Athletes ready.
Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Thomas Hofbauer with an 8.25. Lucas stalled his saw mid-cut, so he's got to come and start it again. That is a bitter, bitter, bitter way to end for Lucas Wagereiter. He started so well, his cuts were going, the pace was there. Unfortunately, something happened mid-cut on the upstroke that stopped that saw.
Unabhängig jetzt von der Entscheidung unseres Blattes für diese Einstellung. Schon mal einen Applaus für Lukas Wagereiter.
Ah, that is a bummer for Lucas because he could have had maybe a very, very nice cut there. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's still under review. They're going to look at everything very closely to see if his 3 cookies that hit the deck were fair. Thomas Hofbauer seems pretty pleased with his. Still 12 seconds for him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Both cuts are good.
The reaction from Lucas. Huh? Really? Cool. Yeah, but the time is terrible. 27:78. But at least he's got a time in the books. And that means no DQ. Means he's got some points. Right there. Yeah, he had to pull it out and restart that saw. Ah, that's a gutted right there. 27 seconds. But smart, went back in there and got 2 more. Had to be careful there, but he got it done. So good job by Lucas Wagereiter. Thomas Hofbauer, there's a cutout, and we didn't see that. Massive, massive other cookie there. And then he had to go in and get that 3rd one. Nice and thin. Oh, that was precise right there. Very good final cut, though. All right. Gunther Dahlinger, Florian Hegele up next.
Und dann wird es jetzt auf der Seite von Florian noch ein bisschen basteln. Hier mit dem Kankel, mit dem Kreisvollmotor.
Okay, warm up your soul.
Well, that's a good sign. Both these guys get their saws warmed up without having to go back in and do another pull. And so it is now down to Gunther Dahlinger and Florian Hegele in heat number 5 to see what our times are going to look like. Right now, Rolf Hasler from Switzerland has the fastest time of 7.94, holding on to those 16 points. Denny Fielwert in second place, and Pierman Gnedinger in third place in the hot sauce. So another heat to maybe unseat a few of these guys. Let's see how it goes. Here we go.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Whoa, Florian Hageler with a good cut. 7.96 has him in second place right now. Rolf Hasler still the fastest. Günther Dahlinger with a 9.33 in fourth at the moment. And slowly the points are dribbling away from Oliver Reinhardt with each following cut from somebody else.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both girls are good.
Wow, thin cookie there by Günther Dahlinger. A little bit of a tag on the upcut, but he managed to reset his headspace, and here we go with Florian Hageler. A little bit of a pause. Nice transition. Slipped a bit. That saw just wants to pull you all around the place, but very, very well done. Good job. Okay. Next heat up, we have Severin Bühler against Christoph Geisler. Severin Bühler, 6.14 personal best. Christoph Geisler holding the national record of 5.68. Christoph Geisler among the favorites here, along with Danny Martin. Each one of them has won one semifinal so far, and this will be the first time they're actually competing against each other, so that's interesting statistic there. Severin Bühler putting the stand to bed as he gets ready to cut against Christoph Geisler here.
Okay, warm up your soul.
Short and sweet for both of the guys, as they know exactly what they need to do and get themselves into that frame of mind to cut three and put them on the deck. Let's see.
Thirty seconds. Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, what a cut by Severin Bühler. That was fantastic. 6, 7, 8. A really nice run by him, and that's the fastest time of the day. Christoph Geisler slips in there in second place, pushing everybody down a notch, and Oliver Reinhardt just lost another 2 points in his standings atop the leaderboard there. Boy, oh boy, it's getting really tight here among the top 3 positions between Olli Reinhardt, Denny Vierwert, and Rolf Hasler. All of them have
Okay, ladies and
cuts,
gentlemen,
and all of them are
both
just
girls
watching.
are good.
But that was a fantastic cut from Severin Bühler. Wow, was he ever quick. Wow, barely any swing at all. Beautiful thin final cookie. He left himself some space there as well in case anything went pear-shaped. Christoph Geisler using that leg to support the saw on the upcut. Nice transition on the down. A little bit wider cookie, but he'll take it. Anything that's on the deck and good is fine with him. So one final block change for our last 2 heats, Heat 7 and Heat 8, between Peter Bauer and Stefan Odwarka, a specialist in this discipline, and of course, Heat 8, Nils Müller and Danny Martin, also a specialist in this discipline. Looks a little bit like a union job on that left-hand stand, hey? Everybody standing around with one guy doing the work. All right, so they'll get in the straightener saws really quickly. Bard Janssen marking the top for that specially designed rig, and they will cut off the front layer of that block to make sure it's nice and straight for our next 2 heats. Look at the core of that block, nice and dark. That should be interesting. Okay, here we go. Heat number 7, Peter Bauer and Stefan Odwarka. And we know both of these guys can cut well. Look at those times, 5.59 and 5.98. Stefan Odwarka, an absolute specialist with this discipline as well. Clearly, Peter Bauer is no slouch with a 5.59. So we'll see how this goes between these two. Excuse me.
Okay. Warm up your soul.
Love that go, baby, go button on the side of Stefano Dvarka's saw. So once again, just a reminder, in the Pro Division, the top 3 athletes from each country will qualify, plus the 7 highest ranked athletes
30
overall,
seconds.
regardless of nationality, to go to the Pro Final in Schladming. Last 2 heats of the day, folks.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh! Brutal cuts from the guys. Fantastic. 6.61 and a 6.73. Peter Bauer and Stefano Dvarka, the top of the leaderboard in hot saw right now. All things considered, if they have clean cuts and 3 cookies on the deck and no disqualifications, but Peter Bauer looks like he's got an incomplete cookie there. So we may have officially a disqualification on Peter Bauer's side, and it looks as though that is the case. Oh, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification on stand 1 for incomplete disc. However, stand 2 is good.
Okay, so Stefano Dvarka with a 6.55 takes over the top of the hot saw points. Severin Bühler and Christoph Geisler 2 and 3. And let's look back at this cut here and what happened with Peter Bauer. First cookie looked good. There's the incomplete cookie right there. I guess he didn't notice it and finished off the cut, shut his saw off, and that was all she wrote. Couldn't do much after the saw was turned off. Stefano Dvarka, fat cookie to start things off with. Thin to win for the second and third. That was a nice cut and a good time of 6.55 for Stefan. So next heat in hot saw and our final heat of the day. Niels Müller with a 6.54 personal best up against Danny Martin, who holds the national record with a 4.84. The season's best currently is 4.53, and the world record is a 4.28. So that's how close Danny is to being blisteringly fast. If Danny gets the fastest time here today, he will be tied with Ollie Reinhardt. Then it will come down to their times in earlier rounds, which should theoretically give the advantage to Oliver. We will see, though. Niels Müller, he's a little bit too far down the list to make a dent here, even if he does have the fastest time. But again, anything can happen.
Okay. Warm up your soul. 30 seconds.
Here we go. Last heat of the day, heat number 8. And this is the deal breaker. Let's see if that's the case.
Athletes ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, Danny Martin. Not quite the fastest time of the day with a 7:03, but it's enough points to get him just ahead of Ollie Reinhardt by only 1 point. Unbelievable. And actually, they've made an adjustment to his time. It's a 6:86 final run time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Both girls are good.
Oh man, Danny Martin is pleased by that one. 3rd in the hot saw and 1st in the overall rankings, just pushing Ollie Reinhardt down 1 notch by only a single point. Niels Müller with a really, really nice start to the cut here. Transition was big and fat. And looking for that thin to win final cookie. It was a good time by Niels Müller. 5th in hot saw, but Danny Martin so comfortable with this, making it look easy. That middle cookie was a bit fat, had to reset for the last one, but he kept it tight and kept it together. So there we go. Hot saw is done and dusted, and that means our competition is done and dusted as well. Stefano Dwarka still with the fastest time of the day here in hot saw. Severin Bühle in 2nd place. Danny Martin in 3rd. Christoph Geisler. Then Niels Müller, Florian Hagele, Rolf Hasler, Danny Vielwert, Gunther Dahlinger, Pierman Gnediger, Oliver Reinhardt. Oh, a bit of a rough one for him. Thomas Hofbauer, Marcel Steinkemper, Lukas Wagersreiter, and the two DQs, Peter Bauer and Sean Oesch, unfortunately. So let's take a look now then how that affects the overall rankings here, and then we'll head up to the main stage for our award ceremony. So Danny Martin moves up 1 spot. Ollie Reinhardt goes down 1 spot. Look at the points. So 73 to 72. Danny Vielwert moves up a spot along with Rolf Hasler, and both of them have 67 points each respectively. Danny Vielwert, by virtue of being a little bit more consistent with better times throughout the day, is in 3rd place, so he'll have a spot on the podium today. Rolf Hasler in 4th, and Marcel Steinkemper moves down 2 spots into 5th place. But Marcel Steinkemper is among the top 3 Germans, so we should see him moving on to the final in Schladming, Austria, which is a great deal for him because he worked so hard today in the only event that he participated in so far for the DACH. And unfortunately for a couple of our other guys, there were moves down and moves around, but not among the top. So Danny Martin is your winner here today. He holds on to the title so far, but remember, this is still just a semi-final. We have the final coming up on the 29th of August in Schladming, Austria, and that will be our DACH final. Will Danny Martin be able to defend his title, or will it get taken away by somebody else? The other question is, will we see some of our perennial favorites like Armin Kugler and Cyril Papst, who are not here today competing and will be at the final in Schladming? Will they have enough points to be able to go into the European ranking and be able to represent their respective countries at the individual world championships in October later this year? So many questions still up in the air, and we've got a lot of questions still to be answered, with other events still coming our way. In the meantime, we wait for the stage to be finished and set up for our awards ceremony. Once again, a big hand to our crew for making sure that stage is spick and span for our awards ceremony coming up next. And we'll be bringing each and every athlete up onto the stage to celebrate with our top 3 guys today. So last bits of preparation before we head into our awards ceremony. You can see the bubbly waiting for our top 3 athletes on the table there. That's always fun to see how the guys manage to pop the cork on those. And that's a big tradition and celebration in many, many, many sports around the world, but in particular in timber sports, because everybody's on stage and generally gets soaked by champagne. We should shout out to our officials on stage today, Bart Janssen and Alberto Corbetta, as well as Naud van Leer, who was our video judge in the Competition Control Center, and of course Han Gerritz, our timing operator today, and all the folks that were responsible for making sure this stage stayed clean throughout the competition. And I mean saying that the stage crew that you saw up there sweeping and cleaning and setting everything up and changing the stands and making sure that we had a seamless and quick transition from one discipline to the other. Coming shortly, we will have our awards ceremony. We'll bring all 16 athletes up on stage again. And just a reminder, the top 3 athletes from each country will be going on to the DACH final on the 29th of August in Schladming. And and the 7 highest ranked athletes overall, regardless of their nationality. I just had to double check that little piece of information there. This is the third semifinal, and again, it's about qualifying for the final in Schladming. So that should be a really, really strong group of athletes that are going to be competing in Schladming. And obviously the larger number of German athletes here, as it is in Waiblingen in Germany. But we've had a really good representation from both Switzerland and Austria here today. So I'm not really sure what the delay is here for the award ceremony. It could be about just making sure that everybody is lined up correctly before coming up on the stage, or, you know, finding our VIPs that are going to be handing out the awards. But it should be along any second now, folks. Any second now. Okay, it looks like we are going to get going now with the awards ceremony as we see Toby Witten on stage getting ready to bring our athletes up. And as I understand it, we'll bring up the athletes individually from 16 to 4, and then we'll have our top 3 athletes on stage.
Was waren vielleicht so die schönsten Erlebnisse?
Also, eines der schönsten Erlebnisse war die Deutsche Meisterschaft im Winterberg. Jetzt weiß ich das Jahr nicht mehr, da waren wir dreimal, als Dirk Braun seinen Weltrekord geschnitten hat und versucht hat, sein T-Shirt auszuziehen, zu reißen. Und es war unglaublich emotional, weil jeder im Winterberg natürlich Dirk Braun auch kannte. Also, die Leute auf jeden Fall sehr schön.
Das war ein absolutes Highlight. Das Highlight von heute, das sehen wir jetzt nochmal auf der Bühne und das sind unsere 16 Athleten. Wir starten mit dem 16. Platz. Er ist nämlich ein ganz alter Hase im Geschäft, deswegen glaube ich, bitte auch das locker verkraften. Ist so sympathisch. 16. Peter Bauer.
Our guys up now, and in 16th we've got Peter Bauer coming up on stage. Coming up next, 15th, Lukas Wagesreiter.
15. Platz. Lukas Wagesreiter aus Österreich. Mit 28.
Then we have number 14, Sean Usch from Switzerland.
Platz Nummer 13. Geht an.
13, our hot sauce specialist who had a very good hot sauce cut, Stefan Odvarka.
Platz Nummer 12 für.
And moving on to number 12, Thomas Hofbauer.
Punktgleich mit Stefan Odvarka. Hier entscheidet dann die Summe aller Zeiten, also aller 6 Disziplinen, die waren hier von Thomas Hofbauer schneller. Platz Nummer 11 geht an.
So, and then we're moving on to number 11, Niels Müller.
Platz Nummer 10.
And on to number 10 from Austria, Günther Dahlinger.
Nummer 9 für.
So, number 9 with 51 points, we have Switzerland's Christoph Geisler.
Platz
Number 8 with 56 points, we have also from Switzerland, Pirmin Gnedinger.
Und es bleibt weiterhin eng, was die Punkte
And moving on to number 7 with 59 points in the competition today, we have Switzerland's very own Severin Bühler.
und Severin Bühler.
Next up, tied for 59 points with Severin, we have Germany's Florian Hegele. His one and only competition in DACH series this year with 63 points, Germany's Marcel Steinkemper. And now, 4th place from Switzerland. He had an excellent hot saw in the finish with 67 points. Rolf Hassler.
So, bevor wir zum Podium gehen, wir wollen natürlich auch richtig schöne Bilder kreieren. Darf ich mal alle Appeals bitten? Ihr stellt euch mal hier vorne hin und wir verlängern natürlich die Reihe bis Peter. Und wenn ich euch darf, einfach auf die linke Seite stellen.
So, of course, before we bring our top three on, we're going to get ourselves a lovely picture with the guys on either side of the podium spots. All right, so number 3, he was really consistent throughout the day. 67 points, and it is Denny Vielwert from Germany taking the bronze medal today. He was fastest in the springboard. 4th place in stock saw. Fastest in the underhand chop as well. Denny Vielwert had a fantastic day. Pretty consistent. Single buck was a little bit rough for him, but the rest of the way through he was very, very solid. Okay, next up with 72 points. From Switzerland, taking the silver medal, Oliver Reinhardt. Pretty consistent throughout the entire day. Not actually winning any individual discipline, but among the top 3 in each of them, except for the hot saw, which was a little bit of a rough go for him. But he's got the bronze medal, or the silver medal today in 2nd place, and the top of the podium by only 1 single point. 73 points goes to the gold medalist here today, Germany's Danny Martin.
Mit seiner Paradedisziplin der auch so nochmal alles klar gemacht. Die Medaille zu den Gewinner, Danny Martin.
So Danny Martin well on his way to defending the title. We will see him at the DACH-Final on the 29th of August in Schladming, Austria, along with Oliver Reinhardt and Denny Vielwert, as well as, I believe, Rolf Hasler, Severin Bühler, Marcel Steinkemper. So now it is time for the champagne shower, and you can see Niels making a run for the stairway down. And Danny, the last to open his bottle and get the spray going. Big congratulations, though, to Danny Martin, Oliver Reinhardt, and Denny Vielwert, our podium here today. We hope you guys enjoyed this semi-final Pool C for the STIHL Timbersports DACH 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to leave our moderator, Tobias Witten, to do an interview with Danny and check out the highlights of the day. And we will step back from our broadcast here and wish you all the best until we see you at the final.